hello. We have a packed house here. All right, it is 2:08 p.m. on this Tuesday, December 10th, 2024, and I'd like to call to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees. And now I would like to ask for roll call.
Trustee Jeff Church.
Here.
Vice President Adam Mayberry's here. Trustee Diane Nicolette.
Good afternoon.
President Beth Smith.
Here.
Trustee Colleen Westlake.
Here.
Trustee Alex Woodley.
Here.
And our student representative, Annie Batava. Here. We have a quorum, Madam President.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll move on now to item 1.03, our Pledge of Allegiance. But before we all stand, so I get the pleasure of recognizing and celebrating people through the Pledge of Allegiance. And while you might see people up here presenting at every single meeting, there is one thing that you see at every single meeting of our Board of Trustees, and that is numbers. It is data. But have any of us ever stopped to think, who crunches these numbers? Who writes the SQL code, for those of you who know what SQL code is, to actually do this? And we have a member of our team, like many members of our team. We have about 8,000 people here in the school district, and most of them will never present in front of us. They'll never be in front of these cameras, and yet it is their work, day in and day out, that actually make all of this happen. Well, there is one member of our team who is responsible for much of the data that you see. She has been a member of this district for 17 years, and she personally oversees all of the calculations for our thousands of high school graduates. She is a member that started off with Washoe Innovations. She's worked for the Office of Accountability and here in the district office. And the work we do and the decisions we make would not be possible if it was not for the remarkable work of the woman I am about to name. When I asked for someone to lead us in our final pledge of 2024, the words describing this woman were exceptional, brilliant, driven, and committed. So for our final Pledge of Allegiance for 2024, on behalf of all of the team members here at the Washoe County School District, Brenda Chavez, will you please lead us in the pledge?
And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you so much, Brenda. And now you know why Superintendent Ernst got you here to this meeting. We'll move on now to item 1.04, our land acknowledgement. Every community owes its existence and vitality to generations from around the world who contributed their hopes, dreams, and energy to making the history that led to this moment. Some were brought here against their will. Some were drawn to leave their distant homes in the hope of a better life, and some have lived on this land for more generations than can be counted. Truth and acknowledgement are critical to building mutual respect and connection across all barriers of heritage and difference. We begin this effort to acknowledge what has been buried by honoring the truth. We acknowledge that some of our educational structures are situated in the traditional homelands of the Washoe, Numu, Northern Paiute, Niwi, Western Shoshone, and Nuwu, Southern Paiute peoples. We pay respect to their elders, past and present. These lands continue to be a gathering place for Indigenous peoples, and we recognize their deep connections to these places. We extend our appreciation for the opportunity to live and learn in their territory. All right, team, that now closes item 1.04 and brings us now to another exciting item, 1.05, the ceremonial swearing in of new Washoe County School District police officers. We welcome now School Police Chief Tracy Moore, who will talk with us about our department's new officers, and we will introduce them, we will celebrate them, and then after one more moment, we will all get up and take a photo.
Thank you, President Smith, Trustees, Superintendent Ernst, Tracy Moore, your Chief of Police. We have 3 officers we want to introduce you today. One of them could not be here, but we'll still do an introduction so you guys can get an understanding of the people we have. The first one we're going to go with, I always call him Johnny because I always say his last name wrong, but Officer Barry Ochoa. Officer Barry Ochoa was born in Reno, Nevada, and raised in Sparks. He attended Sparks High School. At the age of 16, he became a personal trainer and fell in love with health and fitness. He has since then spent a majority of his professional career as a fitness trainer. He attended the University of Nevada, Reno, and completed an undergraduate degree in health, ecology, and theater. He also went on to complete a master's degree in justice management. He worked at the University of Nevada, Reno at the fitness center as their coordinator. Also during his time at UNR, became a reserve police officer for the University of Nevada, Reno Police Department, and that was from 2010 to 2015. He did have an injury that sidelined him for a little bit, but being the fighter that he is, he came back at it. An opportunity to get into law enforcement academy approached him in 2023. He took the chance and leaped at the opportunity to follow his passion of justice and service by attending the Northern Nevada Law Enforcement Academy at the age of 43. Thought I beat you for a little bit, but he wins that one. He's happily married to Ashley, and she's here today to join us for the pinning ceremony. And they have 2 kids. His hobbies and time off are taking part in fitness and helping others with their own fitness and health. He really enjoys the time with his family. He also looks forward to going to camping, and he made to put this, in a camper, of course, and enjoying Northern Nevada. He's excited to be part of the Washoe County School District Police Department and looks forward to contributing to the betterment of our community. So with that, we'll go ahead and take your oath. And this is a requirement by Nevada law for a peace officer in a school district has to be sworn in by the chief of police. So this is a ceremonial event. If you want to, hopefully we can catch it here for you.
Yes, sir.
All right, so raise your right hand and you'll repeat after me. I, first and last name,
I, John Barry Ochoa,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and protect and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United States of America,
the Constitution and government of the United States of America,
the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada,
the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada,
and the regulations of the Washoe County School District
and the regulations of the Washoe County School District
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
whether foreign or domestic,
whether foreign or domestic,
and that I will bear the true faith,
and that I will bear the true faith,
allegiance, and loyalty to the same,
allegiance, and loyalty to the same,
any ordinance, resolution, or law
any ordinance, resolution, or law
of any state notwithstanding,
of any state notwithstanding,
and that I will faithfully perform all duties as a school police officer
and that I will faithfully perform all duties as a school police officer
on which I'm about to enter.
on which I'm about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God. Thanks, sir.
And he has designated his wife Ashley to pin that badge, and it is pretty stiff, so be careful there. We need a medical kit.
Oh, yeah. No pressure.
He hasn't had to take it on and off a lot, you know.
There we go.
The more uniform changes he gets.
Well, it's not, but.
It is, but it isn't.
It is, but it isn't.
Sorry, everybody.
Sorry, everybody. It's harder than I
Equipment
thought.
timeout.
We'll
work
fix
on
it,
We'll work
okay.
on it. I just wanted to say thank you for the honor to be able to serve my community. I've been here all my life, and I look forward to meeting every one of you and helping you out. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, and congratulations, officer.
All right. Next up, Officer Ramirez. We'll put you up here. You got to get up here with me so they know you are. Officer Ramirez graduated the police academy in December of 2023. Before joining school police, Officer Ramirez was a member of the Army National Guard. He also worked for the United States Postal Service for about 7 years. Officer Ramirez has been happily married for 7 years. They have 3 children together, a 13-year-old, 10-year-old, 7-year-old, and he's got 1 boy and 1 girl. I told him Be ready for the hair loss to go.
Yes, it's getting late.
Their favorite thing to do as a family is to go to the movies and have Officer Ramirez and his wife also make an effort every morning to hit the gym before they go to work. When he has time alone, he likes to draw anime and Marvel characters.
Yeah.
He's an artist, so we need some graphic design stuff. He's gonna be our guy to hit up too. So we'll go ahead and we'll go ahead and take your also. Go ahead and raise your right hand, and you'll repeat after me. I state your first and last name.
I, Daniel Ramirez,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support, protect, and defend
that I will support, protect, and defend
the Constitution and government of the United States of America,
the Constitution and government of the United States of America,
the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada,
the Constitution and government of the state of Nevada,
and the regulations of the Washoe County School District
and the regulations of the Washoe County School District
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
whether domestic or foreign,
whether domestic or foreign,
and that I will bear true faith
and I will bear true faith
and allegiance, loyalty to the same,
and allegiance and loyalty to the same,
any ordinance, resolution, or law
any ordinance, resolution, or law
of any state notwithstanding,
of any state notwithstanding,
and that I will faithfully perform
and I will faithfully perform
all the duties as a school police officer
all the duties of the school police officer
on which I'm about to enter,
of which I'm about to enter,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
I'm not going to pin that on you because that'll go. I'll let you pin this on you. So,
Yeah.
yeah, perfect. So there you go, sir. All right. And stand by, guys. You had no comment, right? Okay. He's like, I'll pass. Trying to get him ready for this stuff. There's one officer who could not be here with us today, so I do apologize. I think we had a photograph. JJ, I don't know if it was up there. If not, it's good. We'll share it with the board. But Officer Vieira is working at Incline Village today. That's part of his training program. So we try to make the combinations to make it fit. But we've got to push these new officers through our training program and get them out to the schools to fill up that staff and numbers. Some of Officer Vieira's accomplishments and achievements are graduating from the Academy and Police Academy. He is certified in hazmat awareness and operations, as well as a weapons of mass destruction terrorism awareness for emergency responders. Officer Vieira has a combined total of 16 years of working with the public and prides himself in professional relationships that he's been able to build through those years. Officer Vieira is very family-oriented, coming from an Italian family, so on his days off, he likes to relax and spend time with friends and family. He also enjoys playing his guitar and being at the gym. So he can't be here today, but hopefully I will bring him here to introduce him to you all at the next meeting.
Well, congratulations to Officer Vieira and all of you. So we'll get up and take a photo in just a moment because I am going to take a point of privilege. But I will add that safety and belonging is the beam across all of our pillars. It is the first thing that we must accomplish so that all the learning can happen. Safety and belonging. And so seeing all these wonderful new faces with our school police department really allows us to achieve that goal. So thank you so much, Chief. And so now before we get up and take some photos, I am going to take a point of privilege because we have some additional things to celebrate. This weekend was the Nevada Association of School Boards annual conference, also known as NASB. And at that event, the Washoe County School District was incredibly honored to have two of our own recognized. Over there on the left, you'll see Joanne Capurro, and she received the NASB Director's Award as our print shop manager. Joanne and her team print millions of pieces, thousands of jobs a year, and her team's work allowed the success for this conference over the weekend. It was incredibly wonderful to see her honored. She is here today. We're going to get her up to take a photo. And then over on the right, you see our very own Trustee Colleen Westlake, named Nevada's new school board trustee of the year. And for anyone who's been following along in her 2 years of service, we are not at all about that. We are so proud of you. You deserve this. And it was wonderful to see you recognized in a room full of trustees from all across our state. You were chosen by them. And so we would like to give you all a round of applause. And Trustee Westlake has her award too. And now we will all get up. We will take a photo with our officers, their family members, and then also with Trustee Westlake and Ms. Capurro. right, everyone. So before I close section 1 in its entirety, I'll also mention this again, but if you like what you see, community members out there or watching, there is the opportunity to be a member of this fantastic group. And so I would be remiss to not mention to everyone that we are taking applications for our open trustee district C seat, and the application deadline for that is 4:30 p.m. on Friday, December 20th. So if you like this work that's happening and you live in District C, please consider applying and getting more information on the website. All right, so that closes section 1 in its entirety, and we move on now to section 2, our consent agenda items. For this item, I do have a request from staff to pull board resolution 24-040 from consent agenda item 2.23. So just to orient my colleagues, 2.23 is not being pulled in its entirety. If you look at the list of board resolutions included in that, it is specifically only 24-040 that is being requested to be pulled. So assuming that isn't pulled and there is a blanket motion, the presumption would be that a motion to adopt that item would exclude 24-040. Okay, so on that note, I do have a request to pull items 2.14, 2.15, 2.16, 2.17, 2.18, and I will be pulling those together as one group. So that'll be one conversation that we have about all of those items. However, individual motions will need to be taken on all of those items, but it will be pulled together in one motion. Seeing no other lights on or any other items, that leaves items 2.02 to 2.13, and then 2.19 to 2.23. And I see no lights on for that. So I will be reading a disclosure into the record on that, and then we will go to public comment. So regarding items 2.09, 2.10, and 2.12, I am placing on the record a general disclosure that trustees may opt to receive health care as a benefit from the Washoe County School District. However, pursuant to NRS 241-4204A, the trustees will still vote on this item because their benefit is no greater than any other member of those insured by the Washoe County School District, and thus abstention is not required. And so I will go around and I will ask if each trustee is open to this disclosure. Vice President Adam Mayberry.
Yes, ma'am.
Trustee Dr. Diane Nicolette.
Yes, thank you.
Trustee Colleen Westlake.
Yes.
Trustee Jeff Church.
Yes, with a comment. And my comment is that, for the record, I do not receive any medical health care benefit from the school district. I've declined that, so I will be voting for that.
Very good. And Trustee Alex Woodley.
Yes.
Very good. All right, JJ, do we have any public comment for items 2.02 to 2.13 and 2.19 to 2.23?
The board received an email from Kaylin Evans related to agenda item 2.09.
And I think that was a delayed public comment because I don't think he actually intended it for this 2.09. I think he was emailing in reference to the previous meeting's 2.09. Okay. But he was emailing a comment on an item 2.09, but it was not on this agenda. It was the previous agendas. Okay, so I will bring it back to this dais. I'm looking for a motion to approve items 2.02 to 2.13 and then 2.19 to 2.23 as amended.
As amended. Yes, so moved.
Okay, yes, I do need one, so I will take
Second,
yours. So I have a motion by Trustee Woodley. I have a second by Vice President Mayberry. Seeing no lights on for further discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-0. Thank you so much, colleagues. That brings us now to opening up items 2.14 through to 2.18 in their entirety. I've received a few questions from several different trustees. We will allow staff to get prepared up in the And we welcome Kendra Fox, Rochelle Proctor, and Dr. Troy Parks. All right, so we will go ahead and lead off with Vice President Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning. I'm sorry, good afternoon. It's been a long day. Thank you. Thanks for coming. Yeah, I have a handful of questions, and I admire and appreciate and support our family schools and our charter arena, of course. I want to preface a few things to say that I've been in the public government my entire career, so if the questions that I have seem critical, please, it's not intended to be. I never want to give the impression that I'm undermining staff. That's not the intent of maybe some of these direct questions that I may have. So please understand that I admire and appreciate what you're doing. Just looking at the five charters, two in particular, I kind of want to drill down on, and so there's three questions that I want to get on the record, and if you could just take notes and you can respond to them. Number one is I want to understand how much time the charters organizations had to respond or to see their final scorecard. That's number two. Looking at Coral Academy, I know they requested 10 years. The recommendation is 8. Again, putting this on the question on the table for you, why not give them 10? I mean, clearly they're a high-performing charter school. They're not going anywhere. So I'd like you to address that question. And then looking at the Sierra Academy Charter School, all of us received some lengthy public comments from the superintendent of, the director of snacks, and the recommendation is 3 years, and just contrasting some of the scores on the rubrics for snack to some of the others. They score high in one particular area that looks like a very important category, but I think more importantly, I think they raise some real strong concerns, and so I'm curious, why not 5? Compared to 3. So those are the 3 questions I like answers to, if that helps.
Good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, and trustees. So, Trustee Mayberry, when we looked at, I hope I got your 3 questions correct. So, first one being how much time each of our charters had to review their final score. This past Monday, not yesterday, this past Monday, we were directed to share the scores with each of the charters. Okay. At that time, Snacks and Coral reached out to us to meet with us. We met with Snacks this past Friday and Coral as well. So that's the time frame as far as sharing those rubric scores and the proposed renewal time. As far as question 2, Coral, we chose 8 years. We looked at their past star rating across the past couple of years. And looking at that, yes, I realized that our team realized their high school was 5 stars. Their middle school has been a solid 3 for the past couple years, with an elementary between 4 and 5. And we thought 8 years was a great step up from 6, besides
Agreed.
Going straight to 10. And then as far as Snacks, we did not compare our charters to each other. We looked at their rating score, their star rating, or Nevada School Performance Framework, And we looked at them uniquely as an individual, like an individual school site. So we didn't say, well, Snacks has this, you know, HDMS, we're not looking at HDMS, or Coral has this, how do we compare? We looked strictly at each school individually and for their uniqueness and the population they serve.
So, thank you for that. So let me ask you just some direct questions, and forgive me if I'm putting you on the spot, but I mean, would staff be supportive if we gave Coral 10, if that were put on the table?
Yes, we could get behind that. Yeah.
Okay, very good.
I'm gonna, I know Superintendent Ernst wants to jump in, and then it's also important to remember that technically we can make those decisions here. We can also send an item back to the committee if the board so chooses. But I know Superintendent Ernst wants to.
Yeah. Vice President Mayberry, our staff has come forward with a recommendation through me. This is our recommendation, and as President Smith said, the board can proceed in the manner that they choose. Our recommendations for 8 years.
Okay, as a follow-up, okay, thank you for that. And then as far as and I appreciate this. I know it can be a challenging job for you. So some of the as I sift through this, and I spent some time kind of going through each rubric, going back and forth. And so I think when you said, Ms. Proctor, about you don't compare charters to charters, I think that might bring that might crystallize some of my confusion, because some of the scores, some of the process at times seems a little arbitrary, and so that's some of the concern that I have. And to President Smith's point, I mean, I would, and again, Madam President, we can have further discussion on this, but I would, just in light of the fact that there wasn't a lot of time for, in particular, Snacks to look at their ratings, I'd be more comfortable having the committee to go back and review some of the points that Snacks highlighted before we took a vote. So I'm just going to put that on the table for discussion right now.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. So I'll personally weigh in that I feel very comfortable with the recommendation out for Bailey Charter and then also Mariposa. But as a point of suggestion, I do think that it would be beneficial for the charter applicants in their renewals to be able to see the breakdown of the rubric prior to those materials becoming public. And I know we're actually revising this, so good news to everyone that's listening. We are already in a process to revise this and to evolve this, so I know that this work is already underway, but I think that you're going in the right direction by doing this, because it would allow the applicants the opportunity to see the breakdown and to see if there's any important information that they could share, which may or may not change the designation of it. So my question is around we are the sponsor of charters, which ultimately mean they hang their charter existence through our district. And we do have a commitment to fostering or achieving at least 2-star schools. Now, 3 of the schools, Bailey, Encompass, and Snacks, are in that 1-star category. And so I have 2 questions, but I'll start with this one. Is there any information, or perhaps in public comment we can hear from the applicants themselves, how are we as the charter sponsor helping to support these learning organizations as they move through being a 1-star school as they advance to 2 stars and up? And by the way, folks, we have 1-star schools here within our own district, so there is no judgment here. There's always a path forward. So I was wondering if any of you could explain the role we have and how we support our charters that are moving up through their academic performance path.
President Smith. So looking at the support, we continue with our technical support for our charters. It could be through, we have amazing departments, as you're well aware, such as our Department of Accountability. School Improvement provides great support with their school improvement plans. our special ed department helps out. Our EL department helps out. I'm currently working with Casey Edgington with our Read by Grade 3 to support our elementary charters that do have elementary grades. So, and providing any PD that we have available to our staff that is advertised as well to our charters.
And that's a really important point. So you can confirm that the staff in the administration of the charters have access to the professional development that we offer throughout the district. And if that is something that we're working on, that's also part of the path forward with you now in this role. Okay. All right. So my next question is, I very much appreciate looking at them as individual systems, but maybe just as a point for the record, I can understand with the 1-star rating doing the 3 years for the schools that have 1 stars. I can understand the basis for that. Where it became disjointed for me was Encompass also being a 1-star school and them receiving the 5-year recommendation. So when I compare that against to Coral's success and them receiving an 8-year recommendation, I admit that I feel that there's some disjointed there. Now I appreciate, just like I don't compare my children, we don't necessarily compare them to each other. But I will admit that I struggled with understanding the rubric in those decisions. So that's just a point of suggestion. So you've answered my questions, and I will go now to Trustee Church.
Thank you. I concur with what I believe I heard Trustee Mayberry say on granting the 2 extensions and or kicking it back to staff and then bringing it back. My question is, legally, because it's agendized as a set number, can we make a motion today to change it and make it longer?
Yes. So what we have multiple options here, colleagues, and to the public as you prepare for public comment. We can accept the recommendations as presented. If we feel that there's information based on this dialogue or that came in public comment, we can also individually have any of these items go back to the committee for reconsideration, since these things did come out after the rubric was posted, or we could make a change directly from the dais. All 3 of those options, or actually technically there's a 4th. We could vote to not continue a charter at this time too. So there are all 4 options available to us now. Trustee Westlake?
Thank you, President Smith. Thank you, everyone. My little eyeballs were bleeding reading all of this. This was a lot of work. I mean, just, I can't imagine the thought process and all of the work that goes into it. So thank you very much for that. My question is, because President Smith, I was going to ask, even though I'd already received the information, I thought it'd be nice for the public to know what the supports are moving forward for our charter schools. Is this something new with the supports? I thought of that question. Is this something new, or is it kind of some of this stuff been going on, but now we're going to really hit it hard? Can you answer kind of that in a time frame?
Kendra Fox, for the record, Curriculum Instruction Director. Trustee Westlake, I think in previous, we had a year gap of charter leadership where I was attempting to do it in addition to my other job. Yeah. And so I think previously, with the previous charter liaison, I think there was really good support and really an ability for the charters to request support from us and us to ask additional questions from the charters. And so Rochelle is rebuilding that as she goes. And we have lots of plans moving forward as, you know, meeting the charters where they're at with what they need, and also helping them to improve, but also staying within their ability to have some autonomy that they are a charter school. So
no, I love that we have a plan, and they should have their own voice. But I think the support is going to be helpful. So thank you very much.
All right, JJ, do we have any public comment on items 2.14 to 2.18?
Jenny Hunt for item 2.17.
Welcome, Director Hunt.
Good afternoon. My name is Jenny Hunt. I'm the proud and fortunate director at Mariposa Language and Learning Academy. I just want to kind of circle back to a couple of quick comments that were made just for clarification. Professional learning is available to us as charter schools, but only portions of professional learning that are offered to Washoe County School District staff. So an example is our schools have to pay for and engage in staff in professional learning for iReady on our own. That's not something that we're invited to through Washoe County School District. So just to clarify, there are some opportunities for professional learning, but not all we are invited to. And then likewise on the timeline, I'm not sure if Mariposa, our timeline was different as far as responding to the rubric. I inquired a couple weeks ago around our renewal. We got an email on the 3rd saying that we would be renewed for a certain amount of time, the 6-year renewal, but we were not provided any kind of rubric or information until it was made public on Thursday. I don't know if maybe it was omitted in the email. I'm not really sure, but we saw it when it became public record on Thursday, and that's when we were able to review, and at that point, we chose not to give any kind of feedback. So to circle back around to that, Mariposa board, staff, and community are really excited for the future of our school under our charter renewal for 6 years, and we thank you for your ongoing support. We also look forward to our continued work with Washoe County School District staff. Our objective is to develop process and protocol that ensure equitable resource allocations and transparency for our public school students just as they would have in a traditional school setting. It is also our objective to work with Washoe County School District staff to develop objective and clear procedures and protocols for charter support and oversight. We are very, very proud to be a part of the educational ecosystem in the Reno area, and we serve our students well, and we thank you so much for your support.
Thank you very much, Director Hunt.
The board received an email from Dr. Kimberly Reagan related to item 2.18.
All right, thank you. So we'll bring it back here. So, I mean, it depends on which are the ones there might be universal agreement. We will have to go through item by item, and someone will have to pose the question. I will close just with a comment that on a personal level, I have a hard time giving a school system more than 3 years. That's 1 star. And not because I'm not interested in them continuing. I want them to continue. It just feels like more than that is allowing maybe too much time, and we should be working with them and in a more frequent. That's not to say I'm suggesting a change for that right now. I just want to be on the record about the fact that I do believe that 1-star schools should receive the lower end of the renewal process so that we can stay actively engaged in that relationship with them. But that's just my point for the record. Trustee Nicolette.
Thank you. I think it goes without saying that I am a firm believer in choice. I'm also a firm believer in right and good choice, and I know that our partnerships with our Washoe County School District charter schools has been very strong, and there's always some gaps. There's going to be gaps. That's what makes a charter school unique, is that you have your own charter, you have your own dreams, you have your own trustees. You have your own way of doing business within a framework that is good business. Having said that, I think one of the things I struggle with the most is what number should we be charging charter schools for our services? And that's why I think it's an excellent, excellent idea to create a manual of guidelines. What charter schools' responsibilities are and what our responsibilities are, because we know that it all costs time and money and resources. And I think it's really important that we sit down and we identify what we're doing, what we would like to do, how much time, people, money that costs, and then figure out how we come together to make sense of that. And so I think we need to have more discussion on this.
Yeah, and speaking of roles, I mean, as a governing body, when it comes to our public charters, our roles are primarily renewing the charter, agreements and approving expansion, right? I mean, that's where it stops with us. Go ahead.
Trustee Mayberry, we also do yearly monitoring of the charters, which we bring in February also, and then the support that Rochelle provides.
And that, yeah, and that's on the staff level. You're right. We do have an opportunity to review that. And so, I mean, to President Smith's point, you know, recognizing that our policy states maintaining a minimum of 2-star classification, even though we have, the star system is something that I don't particularly care for either. I think it's at times very ambiguous and unfair. I would never want to not renew a charter because of their star classification. But if we're going to have charters, and we have 12 of them when you take into account 5 of Coral's schools, you know, we need to continue to support them up, embrace them, help them be successful, as Trustee Nicolette said. I mean, each of them brings a uniqueness to their families, to their children. That is one reason why some of our students don't, you know, participate in the public school systems, because there are choices. So those are my thoughts. I'd love to hear, Madam President, at your discretion, if there's any of the other charter schools that want to provide any comment or input.
No, I think we've already closed public comment, so I think between the emails that we've received, so I think at this point, unless there's more dialogue, we could start moving through and making motions on these, which will need to happen on an individual basis based on the interest of the board.
Okay, well, I'll make a motion for item 2.14. Let me just make sure that I'm reading this correctly. Yeah, and that's the approval to renew the charter agreement with Bailey Charter School for a 3-year term.
I second.
All right, so I have a motion by Vice President Mayberry, a second by Trustee Woodley, to renew the charter agreement with Bailey Charter School for a term of 3 years. All of those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-0. Thank you, colleagues.
I don't want to hog the microphone.
I say go for it. We're all looking
Okay.
at you. I am
go.
going to take one of them, but I'll
Sure.
let that be a surprise.
So item 2.15, I am going to move to approve and renew the charter agreement with Coral Academy of Science Charter Schools for the maximum 10-year term.
I second.
All right, we have a motion by Vice President Mayberry. We have a second by Trustee Church. Seeing no discussion on the motion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay.
Nay.
All right, motion carries 5-1. And now, who would like to take item 2.16?
I'll take that, Madam President. Move to approve to renew the charter agreement with Encompass Academy Charter High School for a 5-year term.
All right, I have a motion by Trustee Woodley and a second by Trustee Westlake to renew the charter agreement with Encompass Academy for a term of 5 years. Seeing no lights on for discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-0. Now is my surprise, because I'm going to take this one. For item 2.17, I move to approve the renewal of the charter agreement with Mariposa Language and Learning Academy Charter School for a 6-year term.
Second.
All right, motion by President Smith, seconded by Trustee Woodley. Seeing no lights on, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-0. And that leaves one more.
So Madam President, I'm going to ask if we could, I assume we'll have to vote on this, to bring back the charter agreement to staff for review in light of the comments that the Sierra Nevada Academy Charter has brought forth.
So in knowing that and listening to you, the motion that I would consider, if this sounds correct, would be I move to direct the superintendent to have staff review the public comment as received by Sierra Nevada Academic Charter School for the Charter School Committee's reconsideration based on that additional information.
Yeah. Well, in that case, then I move to have the superintendent reconsider the charter agreement by the Sierra Nevada Academy Charter. Is that?
Yeah, so what we're really doing in this case is we're directing the superintendent to have the charter committee review the additional information that came in after the materials were public for reconsideration of the committee.
Okay. That's a great motion. So move.
Second.
Hold
okay.
on, just to clear up the record, it's not a committee because that indicates public body and indicates open meeting law. It's staff, so.
Thank you for that clarification. I consider you a committee, but I absolutely understand that Chief Legal Counsel Lombardo is exactly correct. So it would be the charter staff
Okay.
team.
Yeah, so let's try it. This shouldn't be that hard, okay? I'm just asking that the staff, that we send this back, that we send the charter agreement back to staff for their review in light of the public comments that were provided, and bring that back to the board for reconsideration at a later meeting.
That's what I'm asking. Amended.
All right, so I have a motion to direct the superintendent to reconsider the item with staff based on public comment. That motion is made by Vice President Mayberry. It's seconded by Trustee Church. I'm going to make a comment on the motion, so I'm going to be voting for it, but I want to make something really clear, that sending something back to staff does not necessarily mean they are going to come back with a different decision. And I want to be really clear that for the vote for myself, that is not a directive to necessarily do that. So I will vote yes for the consideration of the information, but it is not a directive from me to necessarily come back with a different decision, okay? So I just want to be really clear to everybody that's watching that does not necessarily preclude there being changes, and it does not guarantee that there would be. It is just a continuation of this item, okay? Is everybody clear about that from the dais too? Okay, that's just reflecting my own opinion, but it's also the facts of what the motion is. All right, so all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 5-1. Thank you all so much. And thank you very much, team. I appreciate that. All right, that closes section 2 in its entirety, and we move on now to section 3. Our items for presentation, discussion, information, and/or action. And we start with item 3.01. This is the presentation, discussion, and possible action to accept the Regional Transportation Commission of Washoe County, the RTC, offer of $150,971 for the purchase of a portion of real property located at Edward C. Reed High School, and to grant easements associated therewith for the purpose of accommodating a regional roadway project known as the Sparks Boulevard Improvement Project, subject to the terms identified with Washoe County School District Board Resolution 24-019, approved on November 12th, 2024. This is an item for possible action, and we have our Chief Facilities Management Officer, Tammy Zimmerman.
Thank you, President Smith. Thank you for having me today. This is a great example of our partnerships with our community partners, RTC, Regional Transportation Commission. They are requesting from us to purchase a section of land that is at the northeast corner of Sparks Boulevard and Bering. It is to help with their widening project. We know, based off of what they're asking for and our project we have with the modernization, it will not impact that modernization. But it will assist with them and their roadway that goes into that section there. These projects will be completed approximately the same time, so that'll be kind of a good synergy. They'll be completed approximately in the summer of 2027. With that, RTC has submitted an appraisal for this property, which is what they are required to do by Nevada revised statute for real property for conveyance in between government agencies. So they've done that, submitted it with this, and we think that this is a great connection between us and RTC to allow them to have this property to complete their project. I do want to plug in here a little bit that we are having a community meeting for our modernization project at Reed this week. So if you guys would like to come and hear what we're proposing and what we've done with meeting with the staff and students there, that'd be great as well. But this is really going to be successful for Reed and the community out there.
Very good. And so before we go any further, now that we've heard from Chief Zimmerman, I'd like to open the public hearing on Washoe County School Board Resolution 24-019. Colleagues, are there any questions on this item before we go to public comment?
Thank you, President Smith. Hi, Tammy. Thank you for all the work on this. My question is, and I don't think it would, but I just want to err on the side of being extra safe. Living off of Shadow Lane, I constantly cross that intersection 2, 4, 6 times a day, and before school and when school is out, it gets crazy there. I mean, crazy with kids, because there's a turn off and there's kids jumping off out into the turn off and then some jaywalking. I mean, it really gets nuts. So I just want to make sure this isn't going to make it any crazier. Was that looked into, how it would affect pedestrian traffic?
So when they ask for these, they're asking for the property now, but we will get to review plans and work with Safe Routes to School and school police to make sure that it meets our needs as well and have comments back to them so that it makes it safer for our students and staff.
It might make it better. I mean, it might. It's really crazy there.
But we do get the opportunity to review that and provide comments.
Okay, thank you.
I'm totally in favor of it. I just want to also ask a question. I think I know the answer. If we vote no, it doesn't mean it doesn't happen. They're just potentially proceed with eminent domain or legal action to seize the land. Is that not correct?
There are other options and avenues for them, but they're a partner with us and in this community, so they're going to work with us to make sure that it meets both of our needs.
But my point is, if we say no, it's not the end of the story. And I'm not going to say no. I'm in favor of it. But I just want to point out that saying no is not a good idea, is I guess what I'm getting at.
That would be up to the determination of RTC and how they'd like to proceed with that.
But hopefully we won't have to find out. All right, JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no public comment cards.
All right. And that now closes the public hearing on the Washoe County School District Board Resolution 24-049. Yeah. All right, so I'm looking for a motion on the item.
Ready, Madam President? Thank you. I move that the Board of Trustees accept the offer from the Regional Transportation Commission of Washoe County of $150,971 for the purchase of a portion of real property located at Edward C. Reed High School and to grant easements associated therewith for the purpose of accommodating a regional roadway project known as the Sparks Boulevard Improvement Project, subject to the terms identified in Washoe County School District Board Resolution 24-019, and direct the superintendent or designee to execute any necessary document and finalize the sale.
I second.
All right, I know I have a motion by Trustee Woodley. I'm looking, okay. I see good gamesmanship here. We will have the second for Trustee Colleen Westlake in the spirit of giving. All right, I see no lights on. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion carries 6-0. Thank you so much, Chief Zimmerman. We appreciate you. And that closes item 3.01 and now to item 3.2. This is the approval of the purchase of elementary school mathematics instructional materials from McGraw-Hill in the approximate amount of $5 million. This is an item for possible action. And we welcome again our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Troy Parks, and our Director of Elementary Curriculum and Instruction, Jenny Anderson.
Good afternoon, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, and members of the board. My name is Jenny Anderson. I'm the Director of Elementary Curriculum and Instruction, and I am so excited to be here today to present to you our approval, hopefully, for the adoption of the elementary K-5 mathematics curriculum materials. Our last K-5 math adoption was in 2015, so it's been a while and it's definitely time. This is a very exciting adoption as it allows us to have consistent mathematics materials K-5. As you recall, our current adoption is kindergarten first grade, separated from second through fifth. We currently have these two separate programs, so bringing one program together is really going to be allow that alignment across grade levels and be amazing. Our adoption process is consistent with Board Policy 6160 around instructional materials selection and adoption. We started this process last spring and included stakeholders that represent teachers, administrators, WCSD department leaders, families, and community members. Stakeholders groups worked from the start of the school year reviewing these materials, and we had 7 programs that we chose from and brought it down to early October, where we looked at the evidence from that review and looking for of standards being taught, organization of materials, teachers and student supports, how engaging the materials were, among other factors. At this meeting, we narrowed the choices down to 3 programs at that time. Programs were sent out for public comment for 3 weeks in October for all stakeholders. Teachers field tested these materials at that time, and they solicited input from students. We held a meeting in late October to review all of this new evidence, and the committee chose a program, Reveal Math, from McGraw-Hill, and are sending it to you for approval. Some great things about our adoption and the committee work that took place. We had more student input in this adoption than we have in the past, as well as more teachers sitting on the committees than we've had in the past. It was a really, really well-populated committee with diverse perspectives attending to it. Many students commented on how the materials helped them learn. They made them think and had fun activities that went along with the program. The funding for this, and big thank you to our board and to our district, is general funds. Next steps after the approval are to purchase the materials, start working on internal curriculum and pacing that'll go along with these, and then training for our teachers and our administrators. Additionally, elementary school principals will receive an overview from our specialists in February at their academy, and then we'll be providing professional learning for teachers this summer in June. And it really is going to be an ongoing professional learning throughout our adoption of this. It's not a one and done, a one-time PD. We really have to think carefully through this and make sure we have ongoing support for our educators. You'll also remember the approval you provided in October for middle school math with Amplify. So we're really looking at building a very strong structure and focus around math, K-8, working all our way up. A big, huge thank you to Ellen Badger, who's our instructional materials specialist, for all the work that she did in this, as well as to the teachers and educators who participated on this committee, putting in over 40 of their time to make sure that we're selecting the right materials. And that is all done on their own outside of contract time, and is an amazing commitment that they put forward. So thank you so much, and we hope that you approve.
Thank you.
I don't have any questions other than just say thank you so much for the output, or the community outreach is the word I was looking for. Fantastic results. I really appreciate all the student voices that were brought forward to this as well. So great job. Thank you.
I concur, very thorough, and thank you for that. And it seems we add another layer because it becomes important that we hear many voices. When I visit schools, our elementary schools, I get this question more than once, and it's about iReady and why we didn't take a deeper look at iReady because, well, we're using iReady, and the alignment with the tools and the resources. So can you help me understand, and then I can help others?
Absolutely. Thank you so much for the question. iReady was one of the materials that we did review. It was on the state-approved list. And when we looked at it across our rubric, it didn't hit all the points that we wanted it to, as well as we're using it in other areas. And we wanted to be mindful of, we didn't want students to be engaging on their computer full time, seeing the same exact thing, especially if we're using it for support and intervention in any ways. We want them to have something else that can give them just a different way in. iReady is proving to be an extremely useful, fantastic tool that we're using. The diagnostics are giving us great information, and we wanted a really robust program that will meet the needs of our students across the board, but then being able to use that iReady as a supplement to further support what we're doing in our classrooms.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to express my gratitude as well, and I just want to express that I'm very happy that you gave us this presentation, although it's required for us to approve $5 million. But because I hear so much from individuals that they believe that when we bring forward new material, that it's just one person in the high tower making the decision. So to be able to give the public this information, I'm seeing over dozens of staff that were involved, and teachers, the public, months of meeting and reviewing. So I think it's very important that the public understands that what the process really is and be appreciative just as we are. So thank you.
I'm going to plus one onto that, Trustee Woodley, and also expand that to our state board, our Nevada Association of Education. And the reason is because I've seen, just so everyone knows, we as a district don't just get to choose any curriculum that we want. We have to select from the options provided to us by the Nevada Department of Education. And that's the first part of my gratitude. I was really pleased to see that there were this many options. I see 7 options. Over the course of time for various curriculum, there's been as few as 1, and typically only a small handful to choose from. So I really appreciate that we had this many choices. And I was grateful to see the process that went along with it. So, JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
I have no cards for this item.
All right, so I'll bring it back to this body.
If I may, Madam President. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the purchase of elementary school mathematics instructional materials from McGraw-Hill for approximately $5 million, with funding coming from the general fund.
I'll second that.
All right, we have a motion by Trustee Woodley, seconded by Vice President Mayberry. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion 6-1. Thank you so much, colleagues. And bear with me one. All right, so we will move on now to a really nice and happy item. Item 3.03, the presentation of a Washoe County School District proclamation honoring Inclusive Schools Week in the Washoe County School District. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. We welcome in with us Associate Chief of Special Instruction, Jennifer Van Tress, and we also have some special guests with us. We have Tina Springmeyer, the Director of Early Childhood Education. Hello. We have Angela Flora, Special Education Program Director, and then also Casey Edgington, our P5 Coordinator.
Oh, there she is. She's hiding in the back. So, President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, members of the board, thank you so much for this opportunity today. As we recognize Inclusive Schools Week, we celebrate and recognize the incredible dedication of our special education teachers, occupational therapists, physical therapists, adapted PE teachers, speech pathologists, deaf and hard of hearing teachers, visual impairment teachers, nurses, counselors, bus drivers, special education administrators and facilitators, and the countless other staff members who support our students with disabilities. Today, I want to take a moment to recognize and celebrate the incredible hard work and dedication of our special education early childhood staff. Their commitment to our youngest learners has always been evident, but this year it is especially noteworthy. For the first time ever, Washoe County School District is proud to have an early childhood center located at Cold Springs Middle School. So I have our staff with us today. Unfortunately, Melissa Conrad, who is our special administrator over the program, is en route, But our littles don't get out for a little while, and it's very important for us to maintain continuity for our children. The opening of this center is monumental achievement, reflecting the district's ongoing effort to support early learning and provide more opportunities for young children to thrive. It represents a significant milestone in our mission to offer high-quality education for our early age. We now have over 150 early childhood students attending this innovative new program. The early childhood staff at Cold Springs have worked tirelessly to create a positive and supportive atmosphere that helps each child feel seen, heard, and valued. Their expertise, passion, and unwavering support are shaping the future of our district and providing those young learners with the best possible start to their educational journey. And we thank them for this. Across Washoe County School District, we are incredibly fortunate to have dedicated educators, support staff, and administrators who work tirelessly to create an environment where students with disabilities are not only included, but are celebrated for their unique contributions. The continued development and support of inclusive practices such as differentiated instruction, individualized supports, and collaborative teaching models are essential in ensuring that all students are given a fair and meaningful opportunity to learn and grow. As trustees, your leadership and commitment are crucial in shaping the policies, allocating resources, and fostering the culture of inclusion that allows our students, including those with these, to thrive. Together, we can continue to build an educational environment where every student, regardless of ability, is seen, supported, and empowered to succeed. Thank you for your unwavering commitment to all students and for the important role you play in advancing inclusive education for our students with disabilities.
Thank you so much. That was wonderful. So before we go to the reading of the proclamation, do any of our special guests want to share anything?
Well, you're going to see two of them here in a minute.
Very good.
So,
okay. All right. So before we go to the reading of the proclamation, it's still going to be to the same trustees. So you see all of us up here, and none of us have individual authority. We only act as a governing body. You need a majority vote to do anything. With that said, there are lived experiences, professional experiences, and passions that we all carry to this dais into this district. And in this space, we have that represented by the incredible talents of Dr. Diane Nicolette. And so Trustee Nicolette will be reading the proclamation, but before she does, I would love to give you the opportunity to share your thoughts on this topic.
How much time do I have? Well, you four lovely ladies standing before us, I've known for quite a while. Someone I don't know, and I look forward to knowing you better. But we have worked for a long time to get to this point. And I remember when I was appointed to District G in 2016, we started, Tina, I'll bet you'll remember, we started the conversation about working with our community and growing our preschool programs, because we know as early childhood professionals, and I think most people know just intuitively, that we begin learning, our journey starts in utero and continues from there until the other end of that spectrum. And it's been my pleasure to well, I'll just say it now, to be part of a team that is not only locally, statewide, and nationally, that has provided us a solid foundation for a framework that is researched, tested by people who know what they're doing, University of Colorado, Denver. And that was a great help to us to lay some groundwork so that we could do what we need to do, that we know we needed to do. We just needed a framework to make it happen, because in most states, particularly Nevada, if we're going to ask for money, and education costs money, we need to have our platform and help others understand why it's so very important that we do this work. I could go on, and I will stop now because it's time to read this proclamation. Whereas the Washoe County School District is committed to providing an education in schools and classrooms that are welcoming and capable of educating all children, and whereas Inclusive Schools Week is a time designated to acknowledge the hard work and commitment of teachers, administrators, students, parents, and communities in creating inclusive opportunities for all children, and whereas this year's theme, Every Voice Matters, provides an opportunity to strengthen our commitment to inclusive education, extend previous successes, and redirect our talent, time, and energy to improving outcomes for students and their families. And whereas providing inclusive programming helps all children develop a sense of belonging, nurtures positive social relationships, and provides opportunities for children to reach their full potential. And whereas the Washoe County School District continues to show strong support for inclusive programming for all students, with the opening of the Cold Springs Early Childhood Center, which supports our youngest students. Now, therefore, on behalf of Superintendent Joe Ernst of Washoe County School District, he does hereby proclaim December 2 through 6, 2024 as Inclusive Schools Week in Washoe County School District, and urge students, staff, and the community to celebrate and recognize teachers all year long, working to ensure the curriculum is relevant and accessible to every child. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, don't go too far because we're going to come up and take a photo. All right, colleagues. We have some guests that are joining us for the feature item. Go ahead and
exciting. So just getting people ready to hear about what is respect so that, hopefully we can spread the word about that. And I know our other groups are still doing well with what I've mentioned in the past, but nothing crazy to update on that. So that is what I have.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you, Annie. Okay, so I don't want to reveal too much of a surprise because we are going to come back to this gentleman later in today's meeting. But that now closes item 4.01 and brings us now to item 4.02, our board report. So we will move forward with those. And I would appreciate if Trustee Jeff Church could lead us off with the first board report of this cycle.
Wonderful. I'll be very quick. I'll pass.
All right. Colleen, Trustee Westlake.
Thank you, President Smith. I do have some photos, which I hardly ever manage. But I think the first photo is going to be of the Mariposa Charter School celebrating. Oh, should I wait? Because my time's not going, or should I cheat? Okay. Celebrating the purchase and now ownership of their building. And it was delightful to see their joy and their commitment to attaining having their own space and the pride. And my picture is of this adorable little girl. By the way, they gave all of the kids a little key, and that was the key to their new ownership of their school. And this little girl that was up there in the picture is just absolutely adorable.
It's
Should I
okay.
wait?
Yeah, we can wait. Don't worry. We'll pause your time.
Okay.
No worries.
I always have a way of throwing a wrench in the works when it comes to computers.
That's okay. Sometimes pictures, when they come over from iPhones, they've got that strange extension to them as opposed to like a JPEG. Well, that's okay. Are there other photos that are there? It's fine. We can. Okay.
She was adorable, though. Needless to say, she was adorable. Okay, thank you. And then this past weekend was the Nevada Association of School Boards Conference, which I have been honored with being on the board of directors representing our district for the past year. And it truly is an honor to work with all of these individuals that are striving so hard to put students first, to do whatever possible to ensure the greatest success for every child in their district. And I include us in that vision. We want the very, very best for all of our students. They truly are our future. I had the honor of announcing Dr. Alsbury for the breakout session on balanced governance. He truly is the superhero of balanced governance, and I thought that was like the icing on the cake. And then I was voted the new school board member of the year, and I want to say I'm honored, but I truly am humbled because nothing I do seems all that amazing, because it should just come natural, I think, to everyone to want to work and do things for our kids And it's so extremely important that we keep that first and foremost in our mindset, in our actions, just every day. Every day, this is what we need to do. And I just jotted this down. I just said we can do this together. It will be hard to do as some, and we sure can't do any as none. So we have to do this all together. And we're doing this for our students, our families, our community, and our future. And I know we can do this because there's too many people that really care. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. So hopefully my photos will come up. The first one was related to our visit. I was there with Trustee Westlake. This is a Mariposa school where the kids, they did finance their building. They purchased their building. As part of this celebration, every child had their own key in their pocket. So in this photo, they were all asked to show your key to represent the ownership of their building. So that was beautiful. And then the next slide has the same photo that my fellow trustee took. And there's a young lady. She got the key over from the previous owners of the building that sold the building to Mariposa. So this was a ceremonial transaction of them passing the key to her and the school. Then I also attended, as you know, I'm on the NIAA board. This was one of the tournaments this past weekend. Actually, it wasn't sponsored by NIAA. This is part of the extracurricular activities that our schools participate in. And this right here is Reno High School, and they were playing Winnemucca. I think that's in the next photo. And then you can see there a new fan of basketball. So we are a family of basketball. We all play, and hopefully he will play too. And then here, this was Reed going up against Hug, freshman. Reed really played very, very well, and so did Reno High School. They were both blowouts, but it was fun. And then lastly, I did visit at Reed High School over the weekend. They had a rifleman tournament. All schools had their swag, every rifle team. We had Sparks, we had Galena, we had Spanish Springs, we had Douglas High School was there as well. And the next photo is my favorite swag, which is the next photo. And that's Spanish Springs High School. I really like their uniform for their rifle team. That was amazing. Thank you.
All right, Vice President Mayberry.
Thank you, Madam President. I'll be brief, not as brief as Trustee Church, but I will be brief. I did have an opportunity last week to attend the Gwen forum on examining the Gwen Center presentation on examining the school funding in Nevada. Really a fantastic research piece put together by the Gwen Center team, and it really outlines a number of policy and programmatic considerations, many of which align with what we've been talking about, particularly when it comes to our legislative platform. It's very insightful, and I'm grateful that we have such intellectual and sophisticated knowledge with the Gwen Center, and it was good to see so many of you there, and also enjoyed the time at the Nevada School Board Association this weekend. Great sessions. Annie, you did a great job at talking about student voice. I happen to be in that particular forum, so thank you. And in the Mayberry House, we celebrate Christmas, so we want to wish you a very happy holiday season, a very Merry Christmas, and whatever celebration that you honor this season of giving. So Merry Christmas. Thank you.
That was lovely. Thank you, Trustee. To piggyback on that, Adam referenced several white papers that the Gwen Center has put together and will be working on, and I really strongly recommend in your free time. It's a lovely website. It is gwencenter.org. Let me spell it for you: GUINNCENTER.org. Their research is very deep dive, provides guidance. It's not just information. It also provides for future thinking and pathways forward, so please check that out in your free time. Back to the NASB conference, I serve on the executive committee, and I have the honor and privilege of learning from 104 school board trustees within our 17 school districts in the state of Nevada. And I will tell you what's really interesting is that as discussed, we have meetings, we're in sessions together, we talk over lunch, we talk in the hallway. One thing is very, very clear to me is that our problems, our challenges, our joys are very similar. They're just in very different environments. But students are students, families are families, teachers are teachers, bus drivers are bus drivers. And I'll tell you something that I learned, and I'm really very thankful for the personnel in Washoe County School District who provide us support, because it's a complex system. Washoe County, throughout the state, education in the United States, and we are very blessed in Washoe County to have experts who provide and work very hard to provide us with timely and trending information and facts. My colleagues throughout Nevada also have the opportunity to learn from their staff, but I will tell you that it's very different in the smaller frontier, they call themselves that, frontier school districts. It is extremely different. They don't have the same resources. Their work is different, their challenges are similar, and their work is different. And I have the deepest respect for our colleagues throughout Nevada, and we have this beautiful thing in common, and that is our students. And we're always trying to figure out what is best for each child. We have that in common, and it's been a joy. I visited Rise Academy. Oh my goodness, the things we are doing, and I'm looking forward to We the People this weekend. I'll tell you what, I am reading right now, I'm reading the Federalist Papers, I'm reading the Constitution and about the framers of the Constitution, because I need to prepare to meet and judge these students in We the People, and I don't think I'll ever be ready, but I'm going to do my darndest. Thank you.
All right, JJ, I'm going to have you get the pictures queued up. All right, so I had an absolutely wonderful time visiting Bernice Matthews Elementary School, Coral Academy High School, Wooster High School, Roger Corbett Elementary, Echo Loader Elementary, Mount Rose School of Languages, Jessie Beck Elementary, Roy Gom Elementary, and Collin Ranch Elementary. The school visits are just absolutely enlightening. I don't think you can sit here at this dais and make the decisions we do without walking those halls, talking with those students, and seeing the work that's happening there. So the first picture I have right here, it was a truly incredible and exciting moment to speak at the Debbie Smith CTE Academy topping off ceremony and signing of the final beam. So for anyone that doesn't know what that is, they place the last beam into the school. It's very exciting. And so Senator Debbie Smith was a huge champion for education and career and technical education. And I am really thrilled that our school system also has a woman's name as the namesake for this incredible new school. I was a judge for the annual Huffaker Elementary School Holiday Hallway Competition, and for anyone who's sitting out there thinking that is an easy gig, it is not. It is much more challenging than it may seem. I was a guest speaker for a local group of Girl Scouts. They were interested in the election process and then also service with the school board, and I loved talking with all of those young ladies. I also met with Ella and Georgia. They are students within Washoe County School District and Washoe County School District sponsored schools. They are Girl Scouts working on their Silver Award, Poverty, and helping to provide sanitary napkins and the like and tampons for middle schools and high schools in our community. I'm really excited to see their
To the Win Center from our research and evaluation team and other really do a great job working hand in hand with the Gwynn Center and really support all the work that they're putting out. It's very high quality work. NASB was a pleasure to attend. As President Smith said, we had a nice opportunity to present the work that is occurring here in Washoe County School District, balanced governance. And then I think I'd just like to close. I see staff out in the audience, a variety of different staff, and just take the opportunity to say thank you to all of our staff. I know how committed all of you are to our students and to each other, and I am proud of the work that you are all doing and proud of the work that's occurring in Washoe County School District. So I'd like to close with that and say happy holidays to everyone.
Wonderful. All right, so we have multiple guests that we will be welcoming for the last two items of Section 3. I'm not closing Section 4 in its entirety. I'll explain why a little bit later. But we are going to go ahead and take a brief break as the rest of our guests arrive, and we continue going back to Section 3. So I will call for a very brief recess of no more than 10 minutes because we do have many families excited for the items to come. Thank you. All right, everyone. All right. It is 3:59 p.m. and I would like to call back to order this regular meeting of the Washoe County School District Board of Trustees today on December 10th, 2024. So we paused section 4. Now we're going back to section 3, which we had previously paused, and we will open now item 3.01, milestones and momentum presentation, to provide the Board of Trustees in an overview of progress made on Strategic Plan Goal 1, Strong Start for Every Child. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. And with us, we have Dr. Troy Parks, our Chief Academic Officer, and we also have Richard Maris. Am I saying that correctly? Principal Maris from Rita Cannon Elementary School. And our spotlight student, also from Rita Cannon Elementary School, Joshua Martinez Diaz. Now, Joshua, I know you've already stolen the show because you've stolen this whole room. I will say that typically it's Trustee Woodley who brings the fashion game, but today, my friend, you own this room. You own this room. All right, Dr. Parks.
All right. Thank you, President Smith. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent Ernst. It is my honor today to bring forward Milestones Momentum Goal 1, Strong Start for Every Child. As you've seen, we kind of rearranged more appropriately for our school and our student to be our first speakers. Quick outline, we're going to give you, after that, a question and answer period with them. And then, obviously, we'll have a photo opportunity. Then we, as central office, will update you on the milestones, momentum, action steps, and our progress. As we get started, I want to acknowledge Dr. Davidson and her team for putting this outstanding presentation together and leading this work. All right. So obviously, you've seen our strategic plan before. We were talking earlier about the importance of our BEAM, safety and belonging, and we can identify across our district for our teachers, administrators, students that it's paramount. And there, when you look at our strategic plan, imperative that we have safety and belonging as part of our Strong Start for Every Child. So in preparing for this presentation, I couldn't help but think about my role as the Chief Academic Officer and the role I play in the strategic plan. As you may recall, back in October, we provided you an update on Goal 4, Academic Growth and Achievement, and we shared an update on the action steps in Goal 4. At that meeting, I spoke about a new beginning and new leadership, and together how we were going to accomplish the goals in our strategic plan. As a leadership team, you might say we're in the same boat. So today I want to connect our strategic plan to a book I'm reading. Will It Make the Boat Go Faster? This is the story of the British men's rowing journey from underachievement to winning Olympic gold in the Sydney Games in 2000, using the central question, will it make the boat go faster? To evaluate every decision and action, emphasizing the importance of focusing solely on the activities that will directly contribute to achieving a goal, eliminating distractions, and maintaining positive mindset to achieve peak performance. This book is parallel to what we are striving for as a district and emphasizes the importance of a strategic plan. Just a few concepts I want to share. Will it make the boat go faster mentality? This core concept is constantly asked. This question when making decisions, and we are only pursuing actions that directly lead to desired outcomes. In our work as a school district, in order to make our boat go faster, We must only pursue action steps that will directly impact student success. Teamwork and shared goals. The rowing team's success stemmed from establishing clear, ambitious goals and working together as a unified unit. Hence, our strategic plan that we all share responsibility for. And, as you're going to hear today, we focus on process, not just results. The book emphasizes the importance of focusing daily on actions and training processes rather than solely on final outcomes. With our milestones and momentum, we are here to provide you with both, and I ask that we remind ourselves that it is our daily processes that are the most important in achieving a strategic plan. With that, our highlight school today, obviously, we wanted to spotlight Cannon Elementary because they truly exemplify our strategic plan in action. Goal 1, strong start for every child, is evident at Cannon Elementary, and you will hear about both educator and student success that is occurring at Cannon. Their pre-K program is exemplary and truly supports students to be successful throughout their career. Associate Chief Dufresne recently shared during her walkthroughs at Cannon within the kindergarten through second grade classrooms, systematic phonemic awareness and phonics instruction is in place. And this work is being used as a model for other schools to observe the benefits of providing our emerging readers with the skills needed to tackle this challenge of becoming proficient readers. Their leader, Mr. Mares, is currently leading Strong Start for Every Child by not only encouraging his staff to take the letters training based on science of reading and research. He recently finished his letters for administrators himself. He also is one of our administrative trainers for teacher clarity, and he has been providing colleagues throughout the school year, building knowledge for other principals to begin to lead this work within their schools. Please welcome the proud principal of Cannon Elementary, Mr. Richard Mares, and our student, Joshua.
Welcome, Mr. Mares and Joshua.
Thank you, and thank you, Dr. Parks. Good afternoon or good evening, President Smith, members of the board, Superintendent Ernst. On record, my name is Richard Mares. I am the proud principal at Rita Cannon Elementary School. This is my 7th year there. I can't believe how fast time flies. It is my honor and pleasure to be here today to speak to the importance of a strong start for every child. As mentioned by Dr. Parks, a strong curriculum along with instruction that is intentional allows us to elevate our learners like Joshua and allows us to create the foundation for a strong start. And before I even begin even further, I got to give a big shout out because we've got some of his classroom teachers. Miss Gonzalez is out here, Mr. O'Gorman and Miss Quintero. I think they deserve a big shout out because that's where it starts. But at Rita Cannon, we believe that a consistent focus on climate and culture fosters an environment where students and staff thrive. We believe in instilling the concept of hard work and effort, setting high expectations for learning and teaching, and stressing the use of best instructional practices. By emphasizing the family engagement, we ensure that learning extends beyond the classroom in hopes that it becomes deeply rooted in our community. We make every effort to communicate student progress and achievement through several platforms, whether it's Clash Dojo, social media, in person at the gates, phone calls, emails, monthly newsletters, Blackboard Connect, you name it, we are out there trying to communicate with our families. Additionally, Our professional learning communities, which I'm very proud of, meet regularly, weekly, to analyze student work, to ensure that instruction is data-driven and responsive, while aligned to standards. Through the teacher clarity lens, which has been a big lift for me, but is a powerful movement, if you ask me, has helped students to understand that daily learning intentions and reflect on success criteria to build students' ownership on their education. Cannon's admin team as well is committed to supporting novice teachers, mid-career teachers, veteran teachers, providing mentorship, guidance as they grow into their roles. And finally, we prioritize reducing unnecessary bureaucratic tasks on our teachers and allowing our teachers to what matters most, and that's to focus on Tier 1 instruction and thoughtful, intentional, and meaningful planning. And together, I believe that these are the strategies that creates the strong start for every child and which every child deserves. And I am happy, more than happy, to present our fabulous champion, Joshua Martinez Diaz, to share his experience at Cannon.
Good afternoon, President Smith, members of the board, and Superintendent Ernst. Martinez Diaz, and I am a fourth grade student at Rita Cannon Elementary School. It is my honor to share with you today my experience at my school. Mr. Mares always makes sure students don't get hurt and tells us to not run on concrete. At my school, I always feel good and protected because there are a lot of teachers and sometimes a police officer goes to our school. I like my pre-K teachers a lot because if I didn't know what people said, they would help me. I also like my pre-K teachers because if I didn't know how to do my name, they would help me. They showed me English kindergarten. I wanted to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Mares, Ms. Gonzalez, and their entire team for the support they gave me when I was in the hospital for Kawasaki disease at Stanford. When I was
this. I love visiting your school. If I had any complaint, it would be that the only thing is with you, when I go in those classes, all the kids run to you and they don't even ask, who am I? But that's just a testament to how great a job you do with those kids, and we appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee. And I am a proud District G representative of Rita Cannon, and I'll tell you several things. Number one, safety is inherent in what you do, and it comes from the heart. It doesn't come from a lot of rules and do this and don't. It comes from the heart. You know how you and your staff know how to keep children safe emotionally, physically, intellectually. You know how to have fun. I mean, it doesn't matter whether it's an event or whether it's a typical school day and I go and visit. You're doing something fun that is relevant and important. And then last but not least, education. I will never forget the time that I visited and you took me into a classroom that was filled with all this information on the walls. And what you were doing was bringing together all the assessments and all the activities for every individual student in every single classroom. And I just wish that you had time with your staff to write a book, because it was pivotal in me understanding the deep dive that our principals and our staffs do to make good things happen for our students, and you exemplify that. Thank you.
All right, so now let's come up and we're going to celebrate you and commemorate this moment with your family, Joshua. All right, well, we told Joshua and his family they're more than welcome to stay, but it's okay if you leave. All right, we have a lineup of very impressive team members here who we've seen at one point or another. We have Dr. Troy Parks, our Chief Academic Officer, Tina Springmeyer, our Director of Early Childhood Education, Jenny Anderson, our Director of Elementary Curriculum and Instruction, and Casey Edgington, our P5 Coordinator.
Good afternoon again, or almost good evening, I suppose. President Smith, Superintendent Ernst, and members of the Board of Trustees. I'm Jenny Anderson, for the record, Director of Elementary Curriculum and Instruction. As an elementary principal, just a few years back, we were inundated with all sorts of amazing resources and materials that exist within curriculum and instruction. And as I moved into this role, I saw the opportunity for alignment. And this goal, Goal 1, really speaks well to that work. Throughout this work, we have refined our essential standards, or our priority standards, to get to the heart of what learners need to master to ensure success from year to year. The work taking place around teacher clarity, where we're focusing on identifying concepts and skills, learning progressions, learning intentions, success criteria, and ultimately mastery of standards. It will continue to ensure this alignment and give us all the common language necessary to really dig into what our standards are asking of our students and how we're going to ensure that they're successfully learning them. We want every teacher to feel confident in knowing exactly what standards are expected to be learned, what the progression of learning will look like, and how the students and teachers will know that they're successful in understanding this grade level learning. There's a tremendous amount of energy around educator participation in professional learning surrounding the science of reading. As you saw the great leadership of Principal Morris, he's been a trailblazer for his school. Last year, when we put out the opportunity for letters for educators, professional learning focusing on the science of reading, he worked hard to engage as many staff members as possible in this work, with over 20 staff participating. Letters is the gold standard for science of reading professional learning, and this is no small commitment by our educators. The educator course is a 2-year commitment. 2 years. Almost between 2 and 3 hours a week of coursework. And he had over 20 staff participating in this. It's very exciting, and we've got great interest in this. Across our district, we have over 425 educators participating in letters science of reading training. This is 47% of our kindergarten educators are involved in this training right now. 30% of our first grade educators. 27% of second grade classroom teachers. And this also includes, or we also have available learning going on with our 3rd through 5th grade teachers, our special educators, and our EL teachers. It's amazing, yeah. Just last week, we had our first cohort of administrators complete their 1-year training. Again, you think of the workload of principals, and they're taking this on their own and engaged in 1 year of learning to understand the structures and all that's involved in the science of reading and how to implement it in their schools. All of this focus on the practices within the science of reading have necessitated updating materials and tools for our teachers. It's not as if the content didn't exist within our adopted materials, it did. It's just that it was taking more work than necessary to be able to pull it out. So we're seeing in our classrooms now more phonics strategies such as sound walls, Elkonin boxes. You might see teachers and students tapping phonemes. These are practices taking place with renewed energy this year. The CNI specialists have worked very hard to create phonics support materials that are aligned with our adopted instructional material benchmark and connects directly to the practices within science of reading. As we look ahead tonight, you approved our new math K through 5 instructional materials, Reveal Math. This is going to be a great time to re-energize math instruction in all our classrooms, and planning is ready to begin. One of the great new tools that we have put forth this year is what we're calling our K-5 milestone progression document. This is one way that we're tracking and measuring our specific district and school growth in several key standards that our students must be successful in before moving on to the next grade level. We've captured this information from our beginning of the year iReady diagnostic. When creating this tool, we worked really hard to ensure that the standards chosen were not only pivotal, but they also were able to be measured through iReady diagnostic. We were very intentional about ensuring we did not add another assessment onto our students. We're truly comparing in this document apples to apples. This allows teachers to look at what students have learned at the beginning of the year and measure it all the way to the end of the year. We don't expect mastery of these skills or standards at the beginning of the year because they're coming into that grade level. But we can see that beautiful growth, and we'll see that growth middle of the year with the current iReady diagnostic taking place now and then at the end of the year. We'll begin to create similar documents for our work in mathematics as we work towards improving math outcomes across our grades. And then we have so many great teachers. We still have so many great teachers. We have so many great teachers across our district. And as mentioned before, many of them are engaging in professional learning to become even better teachers of reading. One of these great teachers we're going to spotlight is Mrs. Baumgartner. This video exemplifies the science of reading in action with Miss Baumgartner's kindergarten students. In this video clip, you will see a lesson using strategies suggested through our Science of Reading professional learning, specifically with phonics and phonological awareness. Please enjoy seeing great teaching and learning in action in this clip.
I really think the earthquake screwed up with the electronics.
Yeah, JJ, it's not just you.
Thanks, JJ. It does look like right now that the internet actually has gone down a little bit. So, you know, as educators, we think on our feet, we keep moving forward, and maybe while JJ's queuing that up, maybe we can keep going forward with maybe additional parts, although I think that's also being pulled up.
While we do that, Chief Anderson, is it possible to inquire if we're still live streaming? And for those who are with us or maybe watching, NRS does allow, if there is a technical issue and the discontinuation is not purposeful, that we can continue the meeting, but we are confirming that now in case anyone is wondering the rules around that.
Do you have access to the PowerPoint on your laptops?
Yes, I have the PowerPoint up because that file was
Would
open.
you like me to continue with the data slides and see if we get everything else to a reboot and I can go through my piece on the data?
Yes, that would be great. Thank you.
All right, so what you see before you is an update on our iReady data from last year. And as you call, we made a great investment into iReady, and we are starting to really see great dividends. One of the things we love about this is that it's standards level data, and we have the ability to track our process for our students within a school year instead of just one time a year. So what you're looking at on the right-hand side, you can see the iReady slide, a very small number of students in grades K through 5 began the last year on mid or above grade level in numbers and operations. But at the end of the year, we saw nearly a 40-point increase. This is a real testament to our hard work of our teachers who diligently use the data and teach to support so that many students learn these important set of skills. In the middle, you see we are also happy to see progress on phonological awareness, a key milestone in the literacy pathway, with nearly 90% of our students scoring on or above grade level. And then over there on the left, in phonics as well, we see one of our most impressive increases in students performing on grade level between fall and spring. Science of reading research is clear about the importance of phonics and phonological awareness standards for literacy, and we are thrilled to see so many of our students mastering these skills and leaving elementary school ready to learn.
So on that, we would be remiss as a board and me in this role to not recognize the exceptional advancement. I mean, going from 38% of students mid or above grade level to 61% is nearly doubled. And then you look at all the movement across all of these levels. And by the way, for anyone who is able to look at these files, having the reds and the pinks be negative is a good thing. That means that those students are moving up. So we're seeing substantial reduction in students one grade level below. I mean, look at the numbers and operations. We had one grade level below, there were 54 students, and that is down, 54% of students, and that's down to 34%. That is 20% of students who advanced. It is just absolutely incredible. We've been talking about planting the seeds. We've been talking about putting the team in place, creating a culture of respect and acknowledgement with these professionals and our educators. And these numbers show us that we are on the right track. It's just absolutely remarkable. And I'm super grateful for you and very, very proud of the team.
Thank you, President Smith. We're very excited about what we're going to see this year because of the work of this great team. We have been communicating and monitoring this data all year, and we feel really confident that we're going to continue to see our early literacy rates increase. All right, now, if there's no further comments, I'll go on to the SBAC Smarter Balanced slide with that data. So what you've heard today as part of our work to improve this area is our intensive focus on certain literacy standards through letters training, iReady training, and many other literacy efforts. We were happy to see this year, after several years of relatively flat proficiency rates, we experienced a slight increase in our English language arts proficiency and a larger increase in our ELA growth in our elementary schools. It's imperative that we continue to look at the growth metrics because they are critical in moving our proficiency rates, and we hope to continue this momentum through this intensive focus this school year. After winter break, we will also be adding the focus on numbers and operations to math in our elementary school mathematics focus. On this slide, you can see that our math proficiency rate was flat and our math growth declined slightly. Once the winter focus on numeracy begins, we are confident we will begin to see the same shift in proficiency and growth in math that we began to see in our English language arts last spring. We also look forward to coming in front of you again next year with parallel longitudinal data showing positive performance in math and ELA. Now that we as a team feel we have identified some key actions that are helping to move the needle among our early learners. And I'm going to turn it over to Tina Springmeier. She's going to talk about 1.2.
Thank you, Troy. Dr. Parks, sorry. Let me start over here. Good afternoon, President Smith, other board members, and Superintendent Ernst. I'm Tina Springmeier for the record for the Director of Child and Family Services. I am so excited to see that we highlighted or spotlighted our Cannon Elementary School. I've been in this role since 2011, and when I first started as director, we really did serve the population there on a cow bus. And if you're not familiar with what a cow bus is, it was actually a school bus that had been retrofitted, so it was termed Classroom on Wheels. And my first few weeks in my role were going to all the programs to see all the teachers and meet the principals and see all the students. And I have so many fond memories of supporting our families on the cow bus. And one of my highlights that year, that fall, was actually joining my cow bus team, joining at the Sparks hometown parade. And if you can imagine, we did take a cow bus down Victorian Square, and we paraded in front of it and waved to all the families and the students. And I can't tell you how joyful it was for me to have students call out, "I was on the cow bus. No, I was on the cow bus too," and waving to all the teachers. And our teacher in particular at Cannon was Miss Deborah Way. Unfortunately, she passed away a few years ago, but she was actually like 6'1", working on the cow bus, and her head would really touch the roof in there. But she was so joyful, carried a guitar everywhere. She was really embedded in the Cannon community, and I can't say enough about being able to have that opportunity to be at that school. And to eventually, sadly for us, we had to retire our herd because they had developed too many miles, and it was time to move indoors, which was a benefit to us to take our early childhood classrooms and serve children in the school community. And I'm really proud to say that my teachers at that school really embedded themselves in the community. You were able to meet one of them tonight, Amelia, who was Joshua's pre-K teacher. And we continue to grow and support families there, and it's always a wonderful opportunity to see them spotlighted. Something I want to highlight tonight, I'm obviously talking about how we strengthen our relationships with our early childhood providers. We continue to build that capacity, both Casey and myself, because we serve on several different committees and with different agencies, whether if we're sitting on the EL Court at Truckee Meadows, the local Early Childhood Advisory Council, working with United Way, or PBS. We have a lot of stake in the community, and we continue to build those relationships and partnerships because that's what's going to make our early childhood programs strong. And also focusing on the programs that are out in the community. If we think about what we do internally, we do a lot with our schools, and we're preparing our students for kindergarten, but we're really focused on trying to build that capacity so that we're reaching those families who aren't attending our programs, who are just starting to learn about kindergarten and coming to school next year. That's really been a focus. So we continue to build and work on that capacity for that. One of the ways we've done that is to continue to provide professional learning for our early childhood workforce and also our District P3 teachers. We've just recently completed a Books and Bots STEM Academy with the DRI, and that was a great stakeholder joint partnership. And beyond that, we also have the pre-K standards that I actually brought a copy. They're recently revised in 2023, and so rolling that out across the state to make sure that we're instructing and introducing that to early childhood providers and teachers and district leaders and principals so that they can better serve and help their young students be prepared for what's coming next, and so they're ready for K when they exit pre-K. I didn't check my notes. Okay. Some of the next steps that we're working on are piloting a project with having our, aligning our pre-K to K work and making sure that we're helping schools identify the families that are going to be coming to kindergarten there next year. Having that alignment work is really beneficial, and I can speak for Casey and her team about working so closely, but we also do that in other capacities, like we're training across the state, our work with our early childhood providers, just with their Nevada registry licensure that they're required to hold under the Nevada registry program that lives under our district. We also support we're going to be supporting schools with beginning to offer tours and to bring families in early next year, next spring, so that they can see what the schools are like. That it's really about that first introduction for families coming into a school setting. That's really critical for them to make sure that they feel comfortable, confident, and they also feel welcome, that they want to bring their children to kindergarten there next year, starting their child's foundational skills. And then Casey will be presenting more information to you about the pre-K to K transition work that she's doing currently this year.
Thank you so much, Tina. All right, President Smith, Board of Trustees, and Superintendent Ernst, it is my pleasure to be here tonight to speak about the thing that I love to talk about the most, our early childhood youngest learners. So my name is Casey Edgington, for the record. Our Spotlight student Joshua shared how his pre-K experience at Cannon prepared him for kindergarten. I loved how he talked about his teacher and how she really helped him with that. Research tells us that when children enter school with expected pre-K skills, they are more likely to succeed academically in third grade. Our goal in Washoe County School District is to provide a seamless transition for all of our incoming kindergartners. Our first impression will be our lasting impression that we are proud of. Let's think about our own personal experience. Did you stay home prior to school like I did? Did you attend a half-day program and take a nap? Did you wait until you were 7 and then start kindergarten? I share these questions to get us thinking about how education for our youngest learners in Nevada has changed dramatically in the past several years. Think about the video that we would have watched with Dina Baumgartner on tapping phonemes. So if we had had the opportunity to watch it, I encourage you later to watch it. It's beautiful. But she's really teaching children how to read starting in kindergarten. And I know actually Tina's pre-K teachers are already starting that process for us.
Ms. Edgington, I think JJ said that she has the video.
Oh, good. Let's
Is
watch her.
Now a good time.
She's going
Okay.
to tap phonemes, and she is going to be matching our graphemes. So let's watch her teach our kindergartners.
Or maybe not.
Let's demonstrate.
That's okay. We'll keep playing and we'll see if
All
it
right.
comes up.
So if we would have been able to watch, we could see the rigor and expectations in kindergarten are very different. Because of these drastic changes, it's imperative Washoe County School District provides a high level of support to families and their children during this major life event as they transition into their educational journey. For many children, this is their first experience with public schooling. This positive experience will help build relationships, create two-way communication, and build the capacity of our families to support learning at home. And we heard Mr. Morris talk how important that was for him as a principal and their priorities. Successful transitioning also considers the importance of social and emotional skill building in areas such as self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and responsible decision-making. In cross-department collaboration to support Goal 1 and Goal 4, the SEL Book Project Review Team curated a list of 48 books and supportive materials for grades K through 3 for each elementary school. This tool is designed to build staff capacity to support a large number of children across the early grades. All elementary school librarians receive professional learning on how to use this tool and make connections across other texts in their school library. On the next slide, we showcase Connie Hall. She was Kindergarten Teacher of the Year for the entire state. You probably remember her. She's a kindergarten teacher at Diedrichson, and it highlights a picture of her with some of her families at her kindergarten kickoff event. We're proud to share we provided kindergarten kickoff events at the beginning of the year for 528 of our families at our elementary schools. Additionally, during parent conferences, every kindergartner and their family received a kindergarten transition kit with materials to support literacy and math learning at home. So here's that. So beyond the classroom door has lots of different materials. And in that kit, I'd like to highlight the Washoe County School District Family Guide to Learning that was revised with Tina and Jenny with families at the Family Action Committee. In the second semester, many elementary schools will open their school doors to host an open house event for next year's 2025-26 kindergartners and their families. PBS Reno, as mentioned earlier, is a valuable community collaborator in these efforts. We see the value in making these powerful connections with families earlier to allow for a longer transition period. It also gives our elementary schools time to showcase their unique strengths and highlight all that their school has to offer. During these events, we embed the 4 C's, and those 4 C's are building new capabilities with families, accessing new connections, building new cognition, and building their confidence. Transition is a process, not a one-time event, as we all know. And that's why we're so pleased to share that each kindergartner is provided with 2 high-quality read-aloud books per month, and you can see some of the amazing titles. I bet they're probably some of your favorites right here. I only brought a few that we have. Rainbow Fish, a really good one. How Do Dinosaurs Go to School? That's just a sampling of the 18 total books that are given to each kindergartner during the school year to leave at home and become part of their personal library. During school visits, teachers often share with me how much our kindergartners and their families love reading together at home. This home library strengthens our commitment to literacy and learning beyond the classroom doors with their first and forever educator, their family. We, as a team, are very proud to represent our entire district with the work we've accomplished across departments in alignment with Goal 1. Our commitment to starting early and strong is evident with our passion and cross-collaboration on this work, so thank you.
So back to the boat. When we think about our boat as a district, it is a team like this that really digs in and rows together in the area of Strong Start for Every Child. I want to thank them for all the outstanding work that they put in to rowing our boat. And in closing, I wanted to make a call to action for all of us. We know that it is a strong start for every child, kind of an approach around pre-K, early childhood, that is going to help us close those student achievement gaps before they exist. We know it is in our legislative platform. We know there's talk in the business community around we need to expand pre-kindergarten, early childhood. And we know that going into this legislative session, there's going to be that conversation. So our call to action is to stay engaged during the legislative session and to make sure our legislators are hearing from us that this is instrumental in improving student success and making our boat go faster.
Since we are talking about early childhood education, I cannot resist the row your boat. Once we do have 3, we have 3 of the ladies here, so I think we can say row the boat.
I continue to make nice bounce passes to you, don't I?
Thank you. You're trending in the right direction for our young learners. Thank you. I'm really proud of the progress that you're making. Truly. The question I have is on the child care providers. Just given that during the COVID era, a lot of those organizations took a hit. Are you seeing a comeback of the child care providers here locally? What does that look and how are you sort of integrating that partnership?
That's a great question, and I appreciate the question. Ironically, we're actually seeing more centers close because that the centers receive funding through ESSER funds and other support, and that has gone away. So some programs have closed. I do hope that there'll be more opportunity to create more programs. We've had some changes within licensing too, so we're seeing more home care providers start programs in their own homes. So we'll see what that looks like moving forward, but we definitely need to have quality childcare, and it's difficult to fund and it's difficult to find it when you're a parent looking for it.
Thank you, President Smith. Thank you for everything that you're doing. I can see that we are moving in the right direction. And I just want to do a call out to our families. Please get your children in the classroom. It's not like when I was in school, when Adam's younger than me. So when Adam was in school, Troy, you're almost as old as me, so I'm not going to use you as an example. But it's so different. I've been in the classrooms. They're interactive. They're energetic. There's communication going on in the lessons, and students are able to strengthen their voice and add to these conversations. You don't get the same thing with handouts going home for missed curriculum. It's not the same. They are missing out on the environment. They're missing out on the relationship building. They're missing out on becoming stronger individuals by being in a group and having that voice and gaining that confidence. It's so different. I wish everyone could actually see how different it is and what these children are getting when they're actually in the classroom. So please, families, get them in the classroom. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we close the item, JJ, I just want to make sure that we still don't have access to the video. No, that's okay. Well, thank you so much. This was incredibly impressive, and it's wonderful seeing the work in action. And what you are doing is truly so important for our littlest learners all the way up. So thank you so much. Congratulations. All right, team. So just as a note to any of my colleagues or to JJ personally, I'm actually throwing my phone's hotspot, and that's what I'm doing on my laptop. So if you want to do that, you can, if you know how to do that. So we now will close item 3.04 and move on now to item 3.05. This is so exciting. I look forward to this every single year. This is the presentation and announcement of the 14th Annual Holiday Card Contest winners. This is an item for presentation and discussion only. And with us, we have Michelle Anderson, our Chief Communications and Community Engagement Coordinator. And I know somewhere out in the audience or coming in, we have Melissa Gillis, our Graphic Communications Specialist. This is such a special moment for all of our families and our students. We will take some celebratory photos, but not until the end of this item. So we will welcome those families and bring them in here.
So as the families are coming in, my name is Michelle Anderson. I'm the Chief Communications Community Engagement Officer, and I want everyone just to take a moment to look around the room at all the beautiful artwork that we received from our WCSD students, and I'll let them get settled as you're looking at those. Okay, I think everybody's situated. So again, thank you for having us. President Smith introduced us, and now let Melissa introduce herself.
For the record, Melissa Gillis, Graphics Communications Specialist.
So the purpose of our holiday card competition is to promote visual arts in our schools and to engage our students, our staff, and our families. The annual program is conducted by our office, the Office of Communications and Community Engagement, and it is an opportunity for our students to submit original drawings or artwork, and the winners represent our district's annual holiday card and well wishes to the community through electronic or printed cards. This is our 14th year. and Melissa has managed 11 of those years. And as you can imagine, it is quite a feat. Every single one of these drawings comes to her. She has to organize it, contact families, make sure that we are voting on it correctly. So she does an amazing job. I also want to thank Miss Amy Barthel, our district's fine arts coordinator, for all of our outstanding art teachers. And also this year, I'd like to thank our CTE team who helped us promote the contest. Without them, this program would not be possible. And I also want to give a special recognition to GOM Elementary School. This year, they had more than 300 entries submitted, which is pretty amazing for one school. We are excited to recognize the winners, and I'm going to turn it over to Melissa to go through the presentation.
So the rules for the contest are simple. The artwork can include painting, drawing, photography, or computer-generated illustrations, or any combination of these. The winning artwork is used for the district's holiday card that is sent out to the community. Our department narrowed down all the entries to 12 finalists, which you can imagine was a difficult task for us. We picked 3 from each of grades kindergarten through 2nd, 3rd through 5th, 6th through 8th, and 9th through 12th. Everyone in our office has a role in conducting the contest, so I would like to thank all my teammates for all their help and support. The Office of Teaching, Learning, and Leadership selects the 4 winners from our 12 finalists. The winners receive gift cards, a special gift package from the Nevada Museum of Art, and their artwork will be presented to them in a frame along with a certificate. The 8 finalists will also receive certificates at their schools and will have their entries displayed on the website and on our social media pages.
So now what you all been waiting for, we're going to take a look at all the artwork, and Melissa will go through them. Again, will the winners please remain seated, as we'll have you come up at the conclusions to get your prizes, take a group photo with the trustees and the superintendent. And we have a bigger prize this year than we have ever had before, so we are very excited about that. So I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, so our first category was the kindergarten through 2nd grade. So our first finalist is Elliot Reeves from Inskeep Elementary School. She's a first grader. And our judges' notes on this was very colorful, looks like northern lights in the sky. And we loved the expression and the detail on the Santa. Our second finalist, Violet Oakes, a 2nd grader from GOM Elementary. We really liked the sweet and innocent expression on the deer. We thought that it really conveyed the concept of the joy of the season. We thought the little snowman kind of doing a little photo bomb there in the corner was a really cute little addition. And we liked the combination of the crayon and then the marker to kind of bring out the details. And then the winner of our kindergarten through 2nd category is Kinsley Wiest, a 2nd grader from Melton Elementary. And we just thought this was a very peaceful, cozy looking little town, a little setting with the snow coming down. We thought there was an effective use of the different media. You know, there's some crayon and some markers, and then it looks like paint spatters to make it look like snow. We thought that was really ingenious, and we loved the beautiful colors. Then moving on to our grades.
Before we move on, I know our winners are going to come up, but Kinsley needs to hear it from us. Congratulations.
So moving to our grades 3 through 5, our first finalist is Kaylee Song, a 5th grader from GOM Elementary. And we liked the beautiful gradation of the colors in the background on this one. And we thought it was a really creative idea to put a whole winter scene inside an ornament. Our second finalist is Sawyer Tolan, a 4th grader from GOM Elementary. And we just thought this one was really whimsical and fun. We thought it was a very simple but effective idea to have a school bus like a sleigh being pulled by a reindeer. And then our winner from grades 3 through 5 is Emma Valle, a fourth grader from Beasley Elementary, who's here with us. And we just thought that this had a very nice balanced composition, and paint is a pretty difficult medium to work with. You don't have a chance to correct mistakes or erase anything, so you have to be like very meticulous in how you're doing your artwork. And then we also liked the colors, but also like the depth of the colors. You can see it's a little bit transparent in areas, and it's just very beautiful. So moving to grades 6 through 8, we have finalist Adana Ledesma, a sixth grader from Vaughn Middle School. And again, this is also using paint, but a little bit different style than the last one that we looked at. And we liked how the texture really draws you into the painting. You get drawn in, and then you see all the details with the tree and the candles glowing on the mantle. Then our second 6 through 8 finalist is Natalie Oriana Rodas, sixth grader from Swope Middle School. And this appears to have been created with colored pencil, and we just thought all the striking details were really cool. If you even look at the bumper on the school bus, you'll see icicles, and it really looks like she spent a lot of time on it. It's really turned out cute. And then our grade 6 through 8 winner is Scarlett Corbett, a seventh grader from Billinghurst, and she's also here with us. We just thought this was a very realistic looking reindeer, even down to capturing the texture of the fur. And if you look close, you can see a lot of expression in the face and the eyes. We just thought it was also really nicely done hand script lettering in the corner. So just very beautiful. And then our last category is grades 9 through 12. This first one is from Burgundy Turley, a 10th grader at Spanish Springs High School. Well, we're a bunch of animal lovers in our department, so we were, very enamored by that cute little dog. And it looks like it may have been a photo that was put through a filter so that it matches the other graphics, and we thought that was very clever. And we liked the text that she wrote there at the bottom. And then our second finalist for 9 through 12 was Jimena Lopez Padilla. And judging by everyone going, oh, you can tell why we liked it. It's just very cute, has a lot of personality. We liked all the details down to the little heart-shaped pom-pom on the hat and the beautiful colors. And we thought that her use of lettering really went with the style of the drawing as well. And then last but not least, our grade 9 through 12 winner was Oliver Chisholm, who's also here with us, a 10th grader from AACT. And we loved all the cute expressions on all the mices, on all the little mice. They are so cute, and of course all the really beautiful colors, very bright and vibrant. And then I was impressed by the snow texture, like how he managed to capture that where it really looks like snow. And then the lettering is also really nicely done at the bottom. So that is all of our finalists and winners.
As you can imagine, this was extremely difficult, and they're beautiful artwork by all of our students, and I think everybody that submitted, we should give a round of applause to. And with that, I'll turn it over to you, President Smith.
Oh my goodness. Who can deny the talent of our students, the ones that we showcased, our finalists, and all of this beautiful art all around us? This is absolutely incredible. So maybe it's a cliffhanger, but you said that there was a very exciting prize this year, right? And then we'll bring our winners up. Are we allowed to reveal what that is?
We have, as I mentioned, the artwork will be presented to them in a frame that they can take home. And then we have a $100 gift card for each. And then the Nevada Museum of Art generously gave us a really beautifully illustrated book for each student, along with passes to go with their family to the museum.
Oh, that's wonderful.
So not only do we have the Nevada Museum of Art with their generosity, the gift card used to be $50, and due to community donation, it went up to $100. So it's pretty amazing.
All right, so I think it's time to bring our talented winners up so that we can celebrate you. All right, everyone. So that closes item 3.05 and section 3 in its entirety. For those who have been here over the course of today, and I know many of our students have, you know that we had previously opened and completed items 4.1, 4.2, and 4.3. I am not closing section 4, however, because I will be taking a point of privilege. But before we do that, I will be opening section 5, our closing items. And we will move on now to item 5.01. This is our public comment for those who have joined us today. And as a reminder, we have many new faces here, so you'll also see that we have our rules and our rules of decorum for public comment, which provides the outline for this business meeting that we're holding in public.
Latia Ipui.
Hi, is it Latia?
No, it's pronounced Litea.
Latia, very nice. Thank you so much.
Good evening, Washoe County School Board. My name is Litea, and I'm a student from Hug High School on behalf of doing a final. And today I'd like to talk about the lack of education that students receive to prepare themselves for the real world. Sorry.
Oh, hold on one moment. We'll just have you speak a little bit closer to the microphone. I know it's such a, and let me explain why, because I know that you're here probably for a class. It allows us to capture you for a record and make sure that everyone who's following along is able to hear you. And it also creates a record of the important message that you're sending to us.
Today I'd like to talk about the lack of educations that students receive to prepare themselves for the real world, meaning we are forced to learn how to write essays but not learning how to write a resume. We have to learn slow, but we don't learn about taxes from your paycheck or what a W-2 is. Also, we are forced to learn a lot of group activities and projects and communications, but don't learn how to prepare ourselves or any learning skills that pertain to interviews. As an upcoming young adult, it has causes conflict with myself and confidence levels due to feeling unprepared for what life may throw at me after high school due to the lack of knowledge where to start after high school. Once I turn 18, I will have guidance from my parents, but I still won't know everything and I'll have to do things on my own. I feel if you give students more knowledge of how they can prepare themselves for the adult activities coming for them, it'll help be better for all of us. Thank you guys for your guys' time.
Thank you very much. You did a great job. It's always tough when you have to be the first one, too. I bet everybody was like, who are they going to call first? But you did a great job to lead us off.
Thank you.
Kimberly Leon.
So she did an amazing job, but one of the things that we do with public comment, and I will explain why, is we're absolutely proud of you. But because we don't necessarily show applause or jeers or any of those things for all of the speakers, so we keep it relatively consistent during public comment. Now I know when you saw us celebrating the winners of our students, you did see applause with that. But with public comment, we just typically keep that. But absolutely, like when you want to celebrate someone out in the lobby or let them know they did a great job, I encourage you to do that.
Kimberly Leon. Dania Ledesma.
Dania, welcome.
Hola, buenas tardes. El día de hoy quiero hablar sobre un problema que afecta a muchos estudiantes y sus familias, que sería la falta de transporte escolar para aquellos que viven a 3 millas de la escuela. Primero quisiera contarles mi experiencia. Cuando mi familia y yo llegamos a este país no teníamos nada. No teníamos ni dinero ni un coche para transportarnos. Vivíamos a 2.9 millas de la escuela. Pero como la política exige que vivamos a menos 3 millas para recibir transporte escolar, nos negaron el servicio. Esto significaba que dependíamos de mis padres para llevarme a la escuela todos los días, lo cual no siempre era posible, no conocíamos bien las calles y caminar no era una opción segura. Esta situación me hizo llegar tarde e incluso faltar a clases, afectando mi rendimiento académico. La falta de transporte escolar no solo afecta a estudiantes como yo, sino a muchas familias. Primero, aumenta la carga financiera, ya que los padres tienen que gastar más gasolina o transporte público. Segundo, plantea problemas de seguridad, especialmente si los estudiantes tienen que caminar por áreas peligrosas o cruzar calles muy transitadas. Además, afecta la puntualidad y el desempeño académico a los estudiantes. Llegar tarde o cansados a la escuela puede impactar negativamente su capacidad de aprender. Finalmente, esto crea desigualdad, ya que no todas las familias tienen los recursos o medios para llevar a sus hijos a la escuela todos los días. No quiero que otras personas pasen por lo mismo que yo y mi familia pasamos, así que es crucial que se revise esta política y se considere proporcionar transporte escolar a todos los estudiantes que lo necesitan, independientemente de la distancia exacta a la que vivan. Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Jacqueline Rodriguez.
Hi. Is that Jacqueline? Jacqueline. Welcome.
You're welcome. Good afternoon. My name is Jacqueline Reyes Rodriguez, but most people know me as Jackie. I am a senior at Hug High School. Today I came to talk about notifying parents when there's a code yellow or code red at campus and also having access to our phones. Recently there was 2 code yellows and a code red at campus, and parents were not notified until after school hours, and some parents were not notified at all. I believe that parents should be notified right away, because as a parent you would want to know what's going on with your child's school and wanting to make sure your kid is safe. This leads me to my next point, which is having access to our phones. I understand, like, during class, you know, some students take advantage of it and, like, use phones for, like, other things. But honestly, I believe that students should have access to their phones, because in a situation of a code red or code yellow, if the parents get notified on time, they could, you know, contact their student, make sure they're doing okay. Because, like, imagine your kid being in that situation. You would want to contact them immediately, making sure they're okay, because they're your first priority. So I believe that's why we should have access to our phones. For an example, my freshman year, I remember there was a code red, and supposedly someone had like a firearm on campus, and I remember the first thing I did was call my mom, because I'm their only kid, so I wanted to call my mom, tell her that I was okay and all of that. And she of course was worried about me, but you know, like, if anything would have happened, that would have been like the last message she would have had of me. And yeah, I feel like that's why we should, you know, contact parents to make sure they could contact their kid and make sure they're safe, and why we should have access to our phones during school. Thank you for your time, and have a nice day.
Thank you for your time, Jacqueline. I appreciate that. I say this from time to time. Everybody always thanks us, but the thanks go to you. These 3 minutes are your right as members of our community, and so we're the ones that are very grateful for your feedback. Thank you.
Victoria Opman.
Hi, Victoria. Welcome.
Hi, so my name is Victoria, and I wanted to come here to talk to you about class sizes and just overcrowding in classrooms. So in a lot of classes that I've noticed, it can range from like 20 to 30 or 40 plus students in one classroom. And I've noticed it has like a really poor effect on both students and teachers and some families. And for students, it means there's less help available to them individually, because the more students that are in the classroom, the harder it is for the teacher to get to all of them. And there's also a lot more distractions there, with just more people talking, you know, and then it's harder for a lot of kids to connect to each other, because there's so many people, and a lot of them just have their own separate groups, so it's harder for them to meet new people if they want to. And it also might feel like they don't belong, because there's just so many other people and they're just kind of left out. I've also noticed there's more pressure in class, like on students, you know, getting questions right, or they don't want to answer questions or have discussions in class because of how many of the other kids are around them, and they're like afraid and uncomfortable. So there's less motivation for that and participation. And then for teachers, it leads to them having a lot bigger workload, and then it's harder to use different teaching methods because different students learn different ways, and so it's harder for them to teach everyone one way and have everyone understand it. And it's just harder for them to manage bigger classes because there's a lot more going on, and it's just one of them for a ton of students. But some solutions I came up with were, I think the simplest one is just having more time in school available to the students for help, because like there's tutoring after school and different things like that available, but a lot of kids don't have proper transportation available, or they just have different responsibilities outside of school. So I think maybe offering study hall or tutoring during school just as a separate time to help them out with whatever they need. And then just trying to find ways to spread out class sizes more and prevent overfilling the classes. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria.
Alexia DiVincenzi.
Hi, Alexia. Welcome.
Good afternoon, member of the Washoe County School Board. Today I want to talk about something many of us wonder as we approach the end of high school. Are we truly ready for the world after graduation? For many students, the answer is no. We spend years learning algebra, analyzing literature, and memorizing historical events, valuable lessons, no doubt, but many of us leave high school not knowing how to budget our money, file our taxes, or even understand a lease agreement. These are skills that shape our adult lives, yet they are often overlooked in our education system. The truth is, not every student has parents or guardians who can teach them these essential life skills. Some of us have to navigate financial, legal, and social responsibilities entirely on our own. Without the proper knowledge, this can lead to stress, mistakes, and setbacks that could have been avoided with better preparation. Think about financial literacy. Most of us don't even know how to open a savings account, pay for rent, or handle credit responsibly. Without this knowledge, we risk falling into debt or mismanaging our money. Legal responsibilities like understanding a contract or knowing tenant rights can seem intimidating and confusing. Then there's communication and social skills. How to write a professional email, resolve conflicts, or network effectively. These are crucial for both personal and professional success. The lack of these skills leaves many young adults feeling unprepared, overwhelmed, and even ashamed. How are we supposed to thrive if we don't know how to take care of the basics? The solution is simple. Schools need to implement life skills classes as part of the curriculum. These courses could cover topics like budgeting, taxes, basic legal knowledge, professional communication, and self-care. Imagine graduating with the confidence to navigate the real world, knowing how to make informed decisions and advocate for yourself. It's time we recognize that preparing students for adulthood isn't just about academic knowledge. It's about equipping us with the tools to lead independent, successful lives. By teaching these skills in high school, we can set up every student for success no matter their background. Let's work together and ensure that no one leaves high school feeling unprepared for challenges of adulthood. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Wonderful job, Alexia. Thank you so much.
Alexandria Voss.
Welcome, Alexandria.
Good afternoon, members of the Washoe County School Board. My name is Alexandria Voss, and I am here on behalf of Hug High School. Today, I would like to talk to you and bring to your attention the issue of students being unaware of all the opportunities that are out there for us after high school. And nevertheless, students feeling that their only purpose of completing these 13 years of school is just to get it done and over with. Although that is a nice feeling, I feel that there are so many more opportunities out there that open up with the diploma that we receive, that us students could and should be aware of, and we could use to our advantage to help us make something of ourselves. Even though not every student in schooling takes it seriously, I feel the students who do have the motivation but have no support, or are just lost, confused, and have nobody to help them walk it through it, nor know where to even start, should be offered the choice of taking an elective offered to those juniors and seniors who or where a whole class period every day or every other day dependent on your school, where we as students are able to explore and learn about all of these new opportunities that are out there for us, that we are able to do more research on those options, and we are able to get a little help doing so from our teachers and our peers around us. I feel if we had this support from our school system, it could help us be more motivated and engaged into wanting to continue with whatever it is we would like to do without being confused after high school, and could be better for us all. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Alexandria.
Paola Jacobo. Jason Taylor.
Is it Jason? Jaden. Welcome, Jaden. Welcome, Jaden.
All right. Hello, my name is Jaden, and I would like to talk about artificial intelligence. So, artificial intelligence is basically like this human knowledge, like, it's basically like this robot technology that we're getting really advanced into, and honestly, I'm fascinated by it. And overall, how people treat it nowadays is really bad, and I don't personally like it. And people use it for stuff like using art, like AI generated art, and presenting it as their own, which is really defeats the point of art. And I don't like how art is being abused nowadays. And AI is taking other people's art and then using it to create its own, and that's just basically plagiarism. How can we do to solve this? I believe that we should implement ways to implement courses about AI, because AI is inevitable. It will definitely happen, and it will definitely improve by over time. However, I do believe that if we were to teach children how to use AI efficiently and properly and ways to benefit everyone, I believe that we could make a step in the right direction and help people. And hold on.
No, you got this, Jaden. Take your time. It's okay. This is a hard thing to do. Don't worry.
All right. Hold on. So, and I'd like to say that, like, AI generated content like ChatGPT or Midjourney is examples of stealing artwork to create their own, and I really don't like it. So I suggest that we, in the computer science program, we could teach about AI and enforce it on children. All right.
Very good.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Jaden. Very, very strong points.
Catherine Ayla. Betsaria Cazares.
Hi. Is it Basaria? Betsaro. Welcome.
Hello, members of the Washoe County School District Board. My name is Betsaira Cazares, and I'm here from Hug High School. Today, like many others have, I would like to talk about providing a driver's ed class for all high school students. I don't have my driver's license yet. My parents haven't taught me how to drive until the beginning of this year, and I am almost 18. But I am getting my hours in. It is taking longer than usual since I don't have as much driving time because my parents have me in a bubble and they are scared to teach me to drive to farther places. And in my opinion, driving with my parents teaching me how to drive isn't really the best way of learning. They have me stressed out more by yelling, but only because they're scared. They're more scared of me driving than I am. And many other students don't have those parents to teach them how to drive, so they would have to teach themselves. And that's not the best way to learn. I don't know how the drivers education classes would be, but just having an instructor that teaches you the signs and laws of the road would be much greater than going online and learning on there. And as we know from COVID, many did not learn best that way. It would for sure help students pass the written test in one try instead of 3. I also think having an instructor giving you a guide on how to get your permit and then your license would be so helpful. I didn't know what to do after I got my permit until I talked to other people, and even then I had a lot of false information. I know many can relate to me because there are students driving with just their permits and many driving with nothing. Having a driver's ed class would also be the best for safety because it would teach students to be safe on the road and hopefully decrease the number of accidents that happen from teenagers. I've heard many incidents happen in our school parking lot and even have had an experience like that where my classmate had no idea what to do. So overall, having a class to teach students to drive a lot safer would be much more appreciated for not just the students and parents, but for everyone on the road. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much. You have a very good point. My parents and I felt the same way about that process.
Thank you.
Estella Herrera.
Welcome, Estella.
Good evening, members of the Washoe County School District Board. My name is Estella Herrera, and today I would like to talk to you about the school buses. I don't think enough school buses are provided for some students living in the Reno and downtown area. Because of this issue, it is sometimes difficult getting to school. Most of us students take the public RTC buses, and this isn't really working out. Reasons are overcrowding. We all have to shove into the bus and stand if there is no more seats available. Also, if there is too many kids on the public bus, they don't let half of us on because others still have to get on as well, especially elders, and there sometimes isn't no seats for them at all. Another really bad issue with taking the public bus as a student is that weird grown adult experiences I had made me feel really uncomfortable. I've seen 3 grown men record young girls before, creepy guys staring and just like homeless like peeing and like trash on the bus. And my school says that it is walking distance, like Hug from like my area, which is like the old Hug area, and it is not walking distance. It's like a 2-hour walk all the way from there, and there's barely any sidewalks like on the side of the roads to walk there, so it's not really safe. And as a senior, I really worry for the next upcoming freshman because that's twice as more kids at each bus stops and getting on public bus. I know it's even an issue for some regular people taking the bus with all the students cramped on, and you can hear them talk about why isn't there a school bus to take us. I really think a good solution is whoever is in control of the bus stops destinations should start overlooking their layouts and start adding on more areas that have no bus stops, and maybe providing some more schools with buses, if that's the issue. Because this really impacts students' attendance, and it shouldn't be a struggle getting to school if state law says you have to be at school. But that cannot be helped if the district isn't doing their part helping with transportation. Thank you for your time and attention. That concludes my remarks.
Thank you very much, Estella, for raising those things with us.
Odette Cootie. How do you pronounce your name?
Ode. Welcome, Ode.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today. I am Uday Kurdi. I'm a student from Hug High School. My coming here is the final exam for my government class. The subject I want to talk about today is bus transportation and the difficulties faced by students in trying to get home without a school bus. There is no school bus service from where I live to Hug High School. I and other students have to use city bus system. First of all, I want to talk about irregular city bus schedule. The bus come at all different times, which leads to very long waiting times. Sometimes the bus is full of passengers, which makes some people have to wait for the next bus. It takes about an hour for the next bus to come. The second thing is that there is a lack of convenient waiting space at the stations. A poorly designed station can make waiting an unpleasant experience. In many places, Covers or seating are not available while waiting, especially in harsh weather. The third thing is that the lack of accurate information about the schedule or route of pass. This is bewildering and causes frustration among passengers. Improving the experience of taking and waiting for pass will require investment in infrastructure and transportation technology, as well as better planning and providing accurate information to passengers. Thank you for listening to my concerns about this issue. Perhaps the school district could work with RTC to improve the situation near Hug High School. And I'm sorry about my English.
Do not be sorry about your English. The fact that you're multilingual is actually a talent, O'Day. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Michael Liu.
Welcome, Michael.
Good evening, Washoe County. Thank you for giving us your time and listening to our words today. My name is Michael Louie, and I'm a student from Proctor R. Hook High School as well. The issue I'd like to speak with you today is men's volleyball here in Northern Nevada as an official competitive high school sport. It is a common stereotype that volleyball is a women's sport. We are missing a significant opportunity by not offering it to young men as well. Here in Northern Nevada, there's a growing interest in volleyball among the male students. Many of our neighboring regions already have amazing men's volleyball programs, such as California, Las Vegas, and Oregon. Volleyball is a dynamic sport that requires speed, coordination, and strategic thinking, which makes volleyball a great way for students to stay fit and healthy while enjoying a competitive and rewarding sport. Not only does volleyball offer physical benefits, but also offers academic and social benefits. Numerous studies have shown that student athletes are not only more likely to maintain higher GPAs and exhibit better attendance, but they also develop crucial life skills. These include teamwork, leadership, time management, and discipline, all of which play a significant role in their overall success, both academically and personally. Introducing men's volleyball as a competitive sport would provide an opportunity for male students who may not feel represented by traditional sports like football or basketball. It would give more students the chance to engage, discover their passion, and contribute to the overall school spirit. I understand the alternative is playing in any local club, but even clubs are limited to what they can provide. Many students are unable to access these opportunities without substantial financial and travel commitments, and those who do participate often lack the structure and support that come with high school teams and official competition. While the idea of introducing a new sport may seem overwhelming, neighboring regions have already established successful volleyball leagues. Northern Nevada could easily align with these regions and create an exciting, competitive environment for students. Today, I'm asking the Washoe County School District to take a step forward in creating a more exclusive and diverse athletic program by adding men's volleyball to our high school sports lineup. This is an investment in our students, their future, and the continued growth of our community. In my personal experience, growing up in Polynesian households, sports become important and competitive, mainly football. However, no matter how much I tried, I had no interest in playing it. My passion and joy resided in volleyball. I cannot express to you how it made me feel to get better and stronger at the sport, but I cannot express to you how disappointing it is to know that it all amounts to nothing due to the lack of opportunities here in Northern Nevada. When I find a chance to play volleyball anywhere, I always see young men with talent and skill to use volleyball to their advantage, and once again, due to the lack of opportunity here, it amounts to nothing. Me and my friends even made a club at our school back in 2023 to participate in an adults tournament. Soon after the club was made, we started to notice that schools in our district have tried or made men's volleyball clubs as well, like Reno High School and Reed High School. I came to realize that my problems and experience with men's volleyball here in Northern Nevada is quite common. Many young men here wish to play and experience volleyball. Oh, shoot.
It's okay, Michael.
May I continue? I'm almost on.
Do you have just like another line?
Yeah.
Okay.
Like last one.
Go ahead.
Many young men here wish to play and experience volleyball as this official high school competitive sport. It took almost 5 years for my family to accept the volleyball as my sport, but once again, due to the lack of opportunity, I'm still unable to prove to them why I love volleyball so dearly. In closing, introducing men's volleyball is not just about adding a new sport. It's about creating opportunities, fostering school spirit, and shaping the futures of our students. Thank you for your time and consideration. Let's work together to make this dream a reality for the students of Washoe County.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you.
My apologies, sorry.
No, that's okay. We do follow the 3 minutes, but there's discretion as well.
Kimberly Leone.
Welcome, Kimberly. No, you don't have to be sorry at all. No, you always get the opportunity to come back. Don't be sorry.
Okay, so good afternoon, members of the City Council of the Washoe County School District Board. My name is Kimberly Leon. Today I will talk to you about the transportation to high school. I have had the following negative experience because of school transportation. A couple of months ago, I used to live in Zambale. I always had the issue that nobody was able to pick me or could drop me off of school later than 6 a.m. Because they have to leave early for work, and classes don't start till 7:40, so I had to wake up 6 a.m. So my uncle dropped me off at school and wait outside school until school opens. Sorry. When it's summer weather, it wasn't bad, but now when it's winter weather, it's super bad. I always come to school tired, and I get sick more often just because I don't have a ride. So I wait outside school just because school buses don't go over a certain number of miles. Before I decided to take the school bus, I was taking the city bus. I used to talk 30 minutes to the bus stop. There were 3 times that I got lost because of that, because city bus take different routes. And then it was confusing for me because I was new in Zambale and in school. After that, I decided to walk the distance from my old school, so it was 3.6 miles away from my house. And I used to walk like 2 hours until, and then my last resort was take the school bus, but it was still worse because I had to walk like 30 minutes, and then it was really bad. And when it was hot weather, I used to walk in like around 95 to 101 degrees, so it was even worse. Now I moved to Spark, so it's a little bit closer than my school, but it's still really bad. So I feel like if you guys extend the transportation a Hawk or any other school, it should be great, not just because of me. I'm almost gonna graduate, so it's gonna be helpfully for somebody else who really need the support. And then I feel like it's better if you guys try, because I know there's people who's in the same way as me, and it's gonna be at school for longer than me. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Kimberly.
Evelyn Soriano.
Hi, Evelyn. Welcome.
Good afternoon, members of the Washoe County School District Board. My name is Evelyn Salinas. I'm a Hug High School student. Today I would like to talk to you about having more school bus transportation. The issue is that not every student has reliable transportation, and like myself, my personal struggle is that only my mom takes me and my siblings to school, so it's difficult to find a schedule to get all of us to school, which is why I get to school early. I also know that there's many other parents who have to take kids to different schools, and they might have jobs, so it's a struggle for them. There's also traffic at parking lots and no parking spots at Hug in the morning and afternoon. There can be reckless drivers trying to leave the school, so you will need to be cautious to leave the parking lot. At Lois Island, even though going early, there's still no parking spot, and teachers and parents complain about the parking spots being taken because parents park in teachers' parking spots even though there's no drop-offs there. I also think it's unnecessary to have 3 miles or more to get a bus. Then students will spend more time walking and in bad weather when it snows, so it's dangerous and students won't be encouraged to go to school and finish. However, some reasons why having more school bus transportation is beneficial is because more buses means not many cars going to school, so there's more space in parking lots and less traffic. We could also prevent accidents from students who are still learning to drive or who are recklessly driving. Students can go to school securely and on time, having the motivation to go to school and actually finish school. There would be more parking spots for teachers, and parents won't have to worry about their kids not getting a secure transportation to school. Students won't have to struggle about finding out a way to get a ride. And in conclusion, having more school bus transportation helps not only students, but also teachers and parents. Thank you for your time and consideration, and happy holidays.
Thank you, Evelyn. Happy holidays to you too.
Angel? Starts with an S.
Welcome, Angel.
Good afternoon, Washoe County Board members. I hope you guys are having a good afternoon. My name is Angel Segura. I am a senior student at Hug High School, and I'm here to talk to you today about lengthening our district lunchtime to a minimum of 40 minutes. Due to how short our lunch period is, students do not have enough time for a complete break, especially when trying to eat their lunch at a comfortable pace while also interacting with peers or attempting to complete their schoolwork. I know from experience that it takes me about 6 minutes to get to the cafeteria and sit with my friends. This leaves me with about 24 minutes left. And personally, I'm a fast eater, and I'm only left with 15 minutes left. According to nutrient experts, 15 minutes is not enough time for children to properly digest food. If a student has a need to go see a teacher and get work done, they will not be able to have a full 15 minutes to eat and digest food prior to the next class, which can negatively impact their concentration and energy levels. Teachers are also impacted by short lunches and are only provided the bare minimum of a break. This doesn't seem fair because the demanding nature of their job requires time to decompress, grade, lesson plan, visit students, and eat comfortably. There is no law that guarantees an uninterrupted break for teachers from seeing students like me. Studies show longer lunch breaks can lead to improved student behavior, reduced stress, and potentially healthier eating habits, as students will have more time to eat leisurely. Also, most children in the U.S. get 30 to 50% of their daily calories from school lunch meals. Examples of extended lunch periods in the U.S. In Arundel High School in Maryland, gives students a 15-minute lunch period to allow students to eat, socialize, and finish up homework. Students reported appreciation for the extra time to catch up with friends and get extra help they need from teachers. And in Ogden City School District in Utah, students are rewarded with more extended lunch periods if they reduce the number of tardies and keep up with your grades. Principal Briggs at Ogden High School reported that the number of tardies had been cut in half since the program began. A main concern to longer lunches is school time, and state requires seat time for students. According to National Education Center for Statistics, Nevada needs a minimum of 5.5 hours for a school day. I believe by adding a 10 minutes minimum to the school lunch, we would only have to take 2.5 minutes from each class, and we still fall within the required seat time, saving the hassle of trying to add more time to a school day. And that's it. Thank you, guys.
Thank you very much, Angel.
Jocelyn Becerra.
Welcome, Jocelyn.
Good evening, members of the Washoe County School District Board. My name is Jocelyn Becerra, and I come from Hug High School. Today, I would like to talk to you about why I believe all schools should have the same education and private sponsorship funding to ensure every student has an equal chance to succeed. Equal funding can bridge gaps between different communities, providing fair access to quality education, resources, and opportunities for all. Schools should have equal funding to ensure that all students have access to a high-quality education, regardless of their family's income or the community they live in. I believe that this can improve us students and our outcomes after high school. By having the right resources can help us overcome obstacles that can improve our lives and make us all equal. In my high school time, I have experienced many times not being able to have the necessary resources for many of my classes, therefore resulting in me and my family spending lots of money on school-related objects. This also ties into how I've missed out on great opportunities that could have helped me grown because of the cost. At that, I don't remember the last time I've been on a field trip to see another part of our community because of the funding or private sponsorships. Sponsorships give equal opportunities to each school, can help ensure that all students, no matter where they go, have access to the same resources and chances to succeed. It can allow every student to reach their potential, plus it promotes fairness, which is always a good thing. If we could raise up the funding in our education, we can ensure a positive growth and succeed in our community school-wide. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much, Jocelyn.
Carlos Frankel.
Welcome, Carlos.
Buenos días, miembros de la Junta. Mi nombre es Carlos Francia. Soy un estudiante, miembro de esta comunidad. Hoy en este día me gustaría platicar con ustedes sobre la necesidad para mejorar la seguridad en la escuela de todos los estudiantes y maestros para garantizar así un ambiente más seguro. En este tiempo he notado algunas fallas en la medida de seguridad. Debido a la falta de seguridad he presenciado bastantes incidentes en la escuela, como muchas peleas y a veces que se ve gente sospechosa, que me hace pensar que nos puede poner en peligro cuando hay una emergencia. Los estudiantes y también los maestros se preocupan de lo que puede suceder. Como estudiante, cuando hay una situación de emergencia, me da una sensación de inseguridad. Y creo que los demás dentro del campus también les puede afectar de la misma forma, ya que esto también puede afectar nuestro aprendizaje, ya que como no concentrarse mucho, si sientes que no tienen un ambiente seguro. Pues algunas soluciones en las que he pensado que creo que pueden ayudarnos son instalar más cámaras de vigilancia en puntos estratégicos para así monitorear todas las áreas posibles, para así poder detectar cualquier actividad sospechosa. También podríamos implementar sistemas de entradas como que los visitantes se registren obligatoriamente para ingresar al campus, y eso sería todo. Gracias por su tiempo y consideración.
Gracias, Carlos.
Jimmy Zakatsi.
Hi, is it Jimmy? Welcome.
Good afternoon, or good evening. I'm here. My name is Jimmy Zakatsi, and I'm here from Hug High School. I'm here for my government class because this is our final. And my issue is that I want to talk about is that we should have better school lunches, because most of the school lunches, they're all right at best, in my opinion. Most of them are cold, or like they're not heated up properly. And I believe this is a real issue because a lot of students would rather not take the lunch and then just go to class hungry. But the problem with that is that they go to class hungry, and then they can't focus because they're just thinking about what they're gonna eat when they get home, or what they're not gonna eat when they get home. I know that we could do, or we can have better food, because in elementary we had better food, and we have pretty good specials. We had orange chicken, and it's supposed to be every Wednesday for have a special, but we don't usually get them every Wednesday. So my only thing is that if we could get better lunches, or at least lunches that look more presentable, maybe that would try to get students to eat them more, and they could focus more on their schoolwork. And that's about all I can think of to say about that. And thank you for your time, and I hope you guys have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you so much, Jimmy. You too.
Audrey Benitez.
Hi, Audrey. Welcome.
Good afternoon or good evening. My name is Audrey. I'm a senior at Proctor R. Hug High School. I want to talk about an issue that's affecting a lot of students, or probably their parents too, and that is the traffic during busy hours when people are trying to get to school or work. The traffic around our school makes it really hard to get anywhere on time, especially in the mornings and afternoon when everyone is on the road at the same time. For example, my friend has been late to class several times because of how packed the roads get in the mornings. The main problem here is that our school only has 2 entrances, and they're both connected to a roundabout. This causes a lot of backups during those busy times, and I really think that if we could make some small changes, like adding a designated drop-off lane or having staff members help direct traffic during those busy times, it would make things a lot easier for everyone. That is all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Audrey.
Kaden Dominguez.
Hi, Kaden, welcome.
All right. Good afternoon, members of the Washoe County School District Board. My name is Kaden Dominguez, and I'm a senior attending Hug High School. Today, I would like to talk about the lack of business management CTE programs and classes being offered to students in the Washoe County School District. Why is it that there is only one school that has this program available? Why is it that I have only heard of this program just last week of my senior year? I personally am not an advocate of our school system and honestly do not enjoy school due to the lack of real-world values not being taught. The business management CTE standards were created almost 7 years ago, yet throughout my 4 years in high school, this was not once mentioned to me despite my interest in learning the basics of learning how to run a business. I don't believe this missed opportunity was my teacher's fault. I think it's due to the lack of implementing these classes across the school district, or across schools in our district. I hear many of my peers wanting to make money by creating a business, but have no resources to do so. These business CTE programs provide practical learning environments for students who want to pursue their dreams and learn what they are interested in right now. More students have access to valuable information about the business road as we navigate more into our evolving job market. Expanding business CTE programs can inspire and empower students to become future entrepreneurs and innovators. By exposing students to the possibilities within the business world, it can ignite a passion for creating and leading. This entrepreneurial spirit is essential for driving economic growth and addressing the challenges of tomorrow. In the end, expanding the business management CTE programs to more schools is not just an investment in our students' futures, but also in the future of our communities and economy. By providing the tools and opportunities for success, we can ensure that our future generations are well prepared to navigate and thrive in the 21st century. Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you very much, Kaden, for your advocacy. You're a very good public speaker.
Sabrina Morales.
Hi, Sabrina. Welcome. Ladies, one thing I do have to point out is that if you speak together, you still only have the 3 minutes in total, not each. Yes. Okay, very good.
Good afternoon, members of the Washoe County School District. My name is Kimberly.
And my name is Sabrina.
And I'm here on behalf of Hug High School from my government final. Today, I would like to talk to you about school safety, such as school shootings.
Because I'm talking about school shooting, it's not that I had a negative experience, but because others had.
It's
No,
okay.
it's okay.
Ladies,
It's okay,
can
sorry,
you
I'm
lean a
sorry.
little bit forward so that we can?
Yeah.
We have got
Can
you.
I move it, or?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Because I'm talking about school shootings, it's not that I had a negative experience, but because others had. Seeing all these school shootings happening at all schools at different states is triggering, and I'm here to tell you to better school safety, have better protection for students, and should be more aware for weapons on students. I'm deeply concerned about the violence at our school, which could cause these major incidents. I always feel overwhelmed when I know my sibling goes to school not knowing if they're secure and safe. We need to prioritize better safety protocols to ensure and secure learning environment. I urge the school administration to take action to address these safety concerns. It's very important because whenever our school and our other schools get threatened, it makes students feel worried. Students should not have to fear while attending school.
If we could instead have more security or police on campus, for our students' safety and a walkthrough detection before entering school. It would also be nice if we can definitely prioritize active shooter drills to proactively address safety concerns. I'm more than sure that we could prevent school shootings by stopping the bullying and violence that happens around school. It's important for all students at their school to have someone to talk to on whatever they are going through before hurting others. Thank you for listening and happy holidays.
Happy holidays to both of you. Thank you, Kimberly and Sabrina.
Kiara Garcia.
Hi, Kiara. Welcome.
Buenas tardes, miembros de la Junta del Distrito Escolar del Condado de Iguacho. Mi nombre es Kiara García y el día de hoy les quiero hablar sobre un problema que varios estudiantes posiblemente tienen en común, el cual es cambiar de país y tener que empezar de cero y no poder tener los recursos necesarios para aprender un nuevo idioma y lograr tener éxito. He tenido la experiencia de tener que ayudar a estudiantes de habla español con el idioma inglés, ya que a pesar de haber estado desde el primer año en la escuela, todavía hoy en día, que es su último año, siguen teniendo esa dificultad, ya que en muchos casos muchos no logran mejorar su escucha, habla ni escritura durante estos años en los que tenemos una ayuda especial. Yo lo viví y fácil no es. Tener que empezar de cero, sin familia, amigos o siquiera una casa propia es muy complicado, ya que todo el cambio y el tiempo que tomas en adaptarte es claro que pasas por una etapa de depresión y de negación. Yo tuve la suerte de poder tener clases de inglés durante todos los años que estuve en México y eso me logró facilitar un poco el aprendizaje. Pero, ¿y los que no tienen esa suerte? A ellos sí les toca tener que aprender desde cero los colores y los números, y que no se nos olvide la pronunciación, ya que es la clave de que nos logren entender. Sin un buen dominio del idioma, siempre existirá el sentimiento de no tener voz, ya que no existe una manera de comunicarte. Así que hoy les pido que tomen acción y nos puedan ayudar a tener un mejor sistema educativo en el aprendizaje inglés, con profesores que estén especializados justamente en ese tema, con ganas de ayudar y hacer que sobresalgan los estudiantes por igual a pesar de las dificultades que haya por detrás. Hablo por mí y por todos los que están aquí actualmente y los próximos que vendrán, ya que todos merecemos poder ser escuchados y poder tener voz propia para poder comunicarnos y expresar nuestros sentimientos y pensamientos. Simplemente poder ser incluidos en todo y sentirnos parte de algo. Gracias por su tiempo y consideración.
Thank you. Gracias, Kiara.
Ariana Soto.
Welcome, Ariana.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Ariana Soto, soy estudiante de la HAC. Hoy voy a hablar sobre el estado del problema sobre la comida en la escuela. La calidad de la comida en las escuelas es un problema significativo que afecta a millones de estudiantes en todo el mundo. En muchos casos, las cafeterías escolares ofrecen menús que carecen de la nutrición adecuada, optando por alimentos procesados y poco saludables. Esto se traduce en una dieta alta en grasas, azúcares y sodio, mientras que las frutas y verduras y opciones integrales son escasos. El impacto en esta situación es profundo. Los estudiantes que consumen alimentos poco saludables están en mayor riesgo de desarrollar problemas de salud como obesidad, diabetes tipo 2 y enfermedades cardiovasculares. Además, la mala alimentación puede influir negativamente en el rendimiento académico, ya que una dieta deficiente está relacionada con la falta de concentración, fatiga y disminución de la memoria. Durante mis años en la escuela, a menudo sentía que la comida que servían en la cafetería no era nutritiva ni satisfactoria. Un día decidí no comer en la escuela y llevar mi propio almuerzo. Mis compañeros se dieron cuenta y comenzaron a preguntarse por qué lo hacía. A medida que compartía mi experiencia sobre la falta de opciones saludables y sabrosas, muchos se unieron a mí. Esta situación me hizo darme cuenta que no solo yo, sino varios estudiantes sufrían por la calidad de la comida escolar. La calidad de la comida en las escuelas es un tema importante que afecta en la salud y el bienestar de los estudiantes. Además, el acceso a una alimentación adecuada es un derecho básico. Cuando las escuelas no proporcionan comida saludable, se limita la capacidad de los estudiantes para aprovechar al máximo su educación. Esto puede afectar sus derechos a la educación y al bienestar general. En resumen, la situación actual en la comida en las escuelas es una preocupación que requiere atención urgente para garantizar que todos los estudiantes tengan acceso a alimentos nutritivos que apoyen su desarrollo y aprendizaje. Gracias.
Gracias, Ariana.
Araceli Melendres.
Welcome, Araceli.
Good afternoon, members of the Washoe County School District Board. My name is Araceli Melendres, and I am from Proctor R. Hug High School. Today, I would like to talk to you about a matter that has affected students, parents, and teachers. The timing in which school starts and how the schedule is affecting our health physically and mentally and our academic performance. For years, students have had to wake up at 5 to 6 a.m. in the morning just to get ready for school and learn for 7 hours with only short breaks. This causes students to fall asleep in class, which makes it difficult for them to learn and difficult for the teachers to teach them. Research shows that teenagers need more sleep than adults, yet the school schedule forces students to wake up too early, which can lead to chronic sleep deprivation. Physically and mentally, the lack of sleep can weaken students' immune system, which can increase the level of stress and the risk of anxiety and depression. Academically, sleep-deprived students may have a harder time focusing and remembering information that they are being taught, which can lead to them having bad grades, possibly failing their classes, and their attitude towards school. Because of this school schedule, I have personally been getting less sleep each day due to the workload of school and homework. This caused me to almost fall asleep in most of my classes many times, making it hard for me to learn and focus on what my teachers are trying to teach me. It also makes it difficult for me to be productive at home because I am so exhausted from school and the lack of sleep. I think if we could have school starts at a later time, like at around 9 a.m., I think it would improve students' physical and mental health as well as their academic performance and their attitude towards school. It would also allow students to be more productive after school without feeling sleep deprived and low on energy. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Araceli.
Alexis. Yeah. You tell me.
What's your last? Zerate. Z-A-R-A-T. Good evening, Washoe County School District. My name is Alexis Zerate. Today I would like to talk about the time we start school, or I guess like school scheduling. Because of this issue of the commence time we start class, or this like set schedule we have for certain classes, I've had the following negative experiences of missing lessons or openers. Some classes have for like certain attendance wise, and these certain openers could be accounted towards my grade, and overly I just fallen behind in learning and assignments that I was unaware that was due. I work 2 jobs in order to meet needs. I provide for me and my family. So after school, I usually go to work, and then certain days I have both my jobs at that day, or I try to schedule them out in order to not do 2 jobs at one day after school. But the amount of times I work, I usually wake up really late and 4 in the morning. So I would like to suggest like maybe a later start time or a flexible school schedule during the school day. I guess in order to accommodate for some student needs. I guess I'm just speaking on behalf my personal experiences, and I'm not quite sure for others as well. But I guess, yeah, that's just mine.
Thank you. It's
Thank you.
important to share your own personal lived experience, so thank you for doing that, Alexis.
Thank you.
I think he's already leaving, but the work he does is very impressive, too.
Evelyn Marin.
Welcome, Evelyn.
Good evening, members of the Washoe County School District Board. My name is Evelyn Marin. I am here to talk to you. I am from Proctor R. Hug, and I am here to talk to you today regarding the starting time of our school as well as other schools in the district. As you may know, many, if not all, schools start as early as 7 a.m. That's prompting students to wake up as early as 6 to 5 a.m. in the morning. This causes many students to arrive early in the morning, as not only is there traffic, but also because many parents aren't at home as many parents aren't at home at the time to take their students to school. This prompts many students to come to school sleep deprived as well. I'm so sorry.
Don't be sorry. This is really hard stuff. Take your time. We can pause the time, too, if you need a minute. It's okay.
No, it's okay. This prompts many students to come to school sleep deprived, thus causing them to fall asleep in school and failing academically. As of currently, our school has an 18% graduation rate, which isn't really good. Me, myself, have not been able to get much sleep, mainly due to the fact that I have to take care of the house by myself as well as 2 other dogs. And because of that, I can't really sleep until 3 to 4 in the morning. I propose that we should have the school start at a later time so that parents can take their students to school, as well as students being able to get more rest. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Evelyn. You did a great job.
Todd Bailey.
Welcome, Mr. Bailey.
It's going to be hard to follow that up. The Committee to Fix Washoe Schools is looking for new leadership on the Washoe County School Board. Everyone on this board is guilty of discrimination. Everyone. You are. In the last 16 years, a man has been elected to the board presidency only twice. That's only 12.5% of the time in the last 10 years. In the last 9 years, Angie Taylor and President Smith and also President Katie Simon Holland had sort of an overbearing control on the agenda, and it shows. It shows in how the meetings are conducted and how decisions are made outside the public's knowledge. It's time to end discrimination on the Washoe County School Board and elect a man as president of the Washoe County School Board. It's easy to sit and make land acknowledgments, talk about inclusivity. It's also empty when considering the facts about who was elected president of the Washoe County School Board and the discrimination men on this board have endured for 16 years since 2009. In January, I hope the school board does the right thing and elect a man as president of the Washoe County School Board. Trustee Church, you made it to graduation, sir. It's been 10 years, right? You've been running for office for 10 years, and you made it to the school board, and congratulations, sir. I got you a little gift here. You made it. Congratulations. I had the police check these on the way in the door. You're safe, sir. And Trustee Nicolette, congratulations on your victory. Thank you very much. Happy holidays, everyone. Merry Christmas.
Happy holidays and Merry Christmas to you too, Mr. Bailey.
John Eppolito.
Welcome, Mr. Eppolito.
That's even harder to follow. John Eppolito, Protect Nevada Children. I watched last week on the cell phone issues in schools, so thank you guys for approving that. I did notice your, this is directly from the presentation, pilot program objective, quote, to address the negative mental health, student learning, and social emotional impact of the misuse of technology on students. That's not at all what you've done. I talked to one teacher. What you've done is made their life a little bit easier by getting the kids away from the phones during instructional time. But if you really wanted to do what that mission, that objective is, you would educate the parents on what's going on. Unfortunately, since you guys are the ones providing the one-to-one devices in elementary school, you're part of the problem. So evidently, that's why you don't really want to educate the parents. We all in this room know in kindergarten at Poliquitas Elementary, kids are required to use the devices. And starting in second grade, kids have to take them home. They spend an extra couple hours a day on schoolwork if they go to Poliquitas Elementary. And if parents don't want that, they have to find another school. Again, you guys are part of the mental health problem. The social and emotional impact, and we all know by now it affects girls more than boys, the social media. Australia's banning it on kids under 16. What you guys are doing is changing their cell phone for a bigger screen. So the bigger screen in elementary school, the XXX pornography looks better on the bigger screen that the school district gave them. And no one in the school district takes responsibility for allowing these kids to watch pornography on their district-issued device. And I'm not talking about the library books. I'm talking about Pornhub, XXX pornographic videos. Who got fired over here because of that incident? Nobody. It's disgraceful. You guys are contributing to the problem. Thanks for taking the cell phones out during school time. Public comments. We shouldn't be here at this time giving public comments. Half of these kids had to leave, or maybe a quarter of them. Does that mean they didn't finish their final? Have public comments at a certain time. It's ridiculous. And you know better, and I know I've heard you say you're for it, but I never hear you do anything. Jeff will be gone. Who's going to help you? You should, but I don't know if you will. Alex, quit texting during school board meetings. The last article from Reno, this is Reno, quote, here's the title. WCSD trustee Alex Woodley, board member, ignore recent sexting scandal. Resign. You're like a cloud over this board. And quit texting during
Thank you,
meetings.
Mr. Eppolito.
Pablo Nava Duran.
Welcome, Mr. Navaduran. No? Welcome, Mr. Navaduran.
All right. Go ahead. Hello, guys. My name is Pablo Duran. I am very grateful for the HUG student to come for school board meeting, talk about transportation issue, etc. So I feel like the TE program should be look on the business side, for students who look on the business degree, stuff like accounting, marketing, human research, management stuff. But we do have one in Danby Smith soon, and AHCT, but we don't have that in regular high school. So I feel like we could add a accounting and a human research management to be exact, and then hopefully to study a legal issue. Legal issue, that's the real war, for example. And also we should teach about resume and cover letter and how to wear a suit during high school senior year. That's part of that should be part of a high school graduation requirement. So, it's not the Alice Woodley test team, but I feel students are testing as well. So I feel like, most of us, most of my generation, Gen X, like me, it's hard to remove the cell phone. We have to live without any cell phones. And I like the pilot program. When I subbed there at Winter High School, I saw that they have a cell phone spa that can put into it. Hopefully, starting in January, they can put the cell phone away because today they play a video game, not studying final. So I don't know what we'll do, but I cannot wait for next year. And hopefully Adam Mary should be a board president in January as well. So thank you, Merry Christmas and Happy New Year. And for you, Jeff, send me an email because I think I have a present for you. Farewell. Well, too bad for Neckrev on her victory, but if you were lost to Perry Wilson's team, I will give you a present. Well, have a nice day.
Thank you, Mr. Navadran.
Bruce Foster.
Welcome, Mr. Foster.
Buenas tardes, ¿cómo estás usted? Feliz Navidad. I am here, Bruce Foster, for the record, and we have seemed to have hit a new normal, or a low normal. Well, besides the pornography and the sexually explicit educational material that is in the Washoe County School District, now we're faced still with an individual that has some issues. And my call, less one, is for that individual to resign once again. And I know that he went through the whole apology process, but I think we need to really take a look at character and integrity and how it really affects the many students that are in the Washoe County School District. And a new article came out in the publication Epoch Times, and I hope this goes along with all that we're seeing. Trump vowed to cut federal funds to schools that push CRT, gender ideology, and other inappropriate racial, sexual, or political content. But my question is that is it fair to say that maybe a new requirement to be on the school board is have a sexual issue? That's a good question. And then just for grins and giggles, I posted on Nextdoor just question about Alex Woodley, Trustee Alex Woodley. And if you pass it on, I got a plethora of interesting comments about that. But in respect to, and in light of John Abachukwu, Patcher, John Abachukwu, and Karen England, I have another educational book that I wish to read. It's called Perfect, and it's in Damani, Galena, Hug, McQueen, North Valley, Reed, and Reno High. And on page 269, I'm crazy again, this time with the need to make it all real. I lift myself over her, working forearms, biceps. She closes her eyes, moans as I move into place right up against her sweet spot. Pause at the resistance. I need you, I say, before kissing her, before going all the way with her. One push and we will be joined in the most amazing way, connected by love. Now I have to have her now, but just as I test the barrier, everything's screaming, yes, go. She opens her eyes, and out of her mouth comes a single word, no. Page 270. I heard her wrong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Foster.
Thank you for providing this. And then
Thank you very much, Mr. Foster.
a great stocking stuffer.
We appreciate it.
Hey.
Have a lovely Christmas.
Have a lovely day.
The board received emails from E. Gers, Yolanda Knack, T. O'Connors, and Freeman Holbrook.
All right. thank you all so much. And thank you to everybody, especially to those students. How great was that to hear from them? I'm so glad that their government class had them come in. All right, so that closes item 5.1. That's our public comment. And we are going to go back to section 4, to my point of privilege that I had taken, which is why we didn't close section 4. So I have two elves, or potentially two Vanna Whites, that are going to reveal the cover that we have here. And we're also going to welcome in our former trustee, former clerk, Joe Rodriguez, is also here for this as well too. Okay, so for my my point of privilege with this is we can go ahead and take that off. We're very honored today to recognize the service of our colleagues and to celebrate them in whatever their future chapters will be. So, Trustee Church, we have put together some gifts that we hope capture the things we have learned about you, the things that you love. We've got some Padres gear in there. We have some, that's Diet Coke, right? That we have there, lots of Diet Coke. Dr. Pepper, Diet Dr. Pepper. And so the theme for these baskets are the things that bring you joy. And so in your next chapter, I sincerely hope that there are things that bring you joy, that bring you happiness, and that make you excited to wake up in the morning as you adventure into this next stage. So thank you so much. And then also, Joe Rodriguez, recently elected to the Spark City Council. We have filled your basket with, yes, with iced tea, most certainly. Also reflecting the things we've learned about you, the things that we appreciate about you, and small mementos for both of you to remember your time with us. And we're incredibly grateful for you. When I do recess the meeting, we will ask for you to stand with us, and we would love to take a photo, but we'll do that at the close of the meeting. So we sincerely hope you enjoy these things and that they reflect your joys and the things we've learned about you and the conversations that we've enjoyed having and sharing with ourselves. So thank you all so much. You're very welcome. All right, so that concludes my point of privilege in Section 4 and closes Section 4 in its entirety. As a reminder, we just previously closed item 5.1. And I will also mention, again, if any of this sounds attractive to you, we do have an opening on our board. And I would like to remind the public that the deadline for applications for the vacancy in District C is 4:30 p.m. on December 20th, following the ascension of Clerk Rodriguez to the Spark City Council. And now moving on to item 5.02, our next meeting announcement is January 14th, 2025. And I just said that out loud. We'll see you next year, I guess, 2025. And now at 6:29 p.m., we'll call this meeting to close. Thank you so much.
This is an